Hello, hello, everybody. Hope everybody's doing great today. Today is Thursday. Hopefully, everybody's having a great Thursday. It's been nice and warm here today, which is cool. It's always nice when you have a warm day. I see that the notifications are going out, which is good. Hello, Rob. How are you, sir? Like I said, I hope everybody's having a great day. Well, I wanted to come on and do a live and everything. I have a few things that I want to discuss and talk about, as you can tell by the title and everything. Hi, Gigi. How are you, hon? I'm not here trying to sell anything to anybody or anything like that. Only thing I ask is that you hit the like button, if and that, or the dislike button, whichever one makes you happy today. Uh, and that over the last few months, we've been pretty serious about some things, and you know, I know some of you don't understand or whatever, maybe the direction that we've chosen to go, and that we still love auctions and we still love everybody, and we still love hanging out with people and having fun and all that good stuff. We've just haven't done any auctions and that because we've been trying to get some things around and together, and you know, we want to make sure that when we start doing auctions again, that it's in the right fashion. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be off on the wrong foot. That's why we haven't done it. Hopefully, we're headed into some warmer days and we can get some stuff out of the way that needs to be out of the way. You don't realize how much stuff that you can accumulate from yard sales and storage units and stuff like that when you when you do stuff like that, and you know you can accumulate a lot of stuff, which is exactly what we've done. Accumulated a lot of stuff, and it just seems like with the auctions and everything, there's a lot of people doing a lot of auctions and that, and it just seems like every 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 night is crowded for some reason or other. And you know we trying to find a spot here lately has been a little hard to do. We I love to come on here and I love to chat and hang out with people and stuff. You know, like we used to, and that we used to come on quite a bit, and we'd have live and hang out with people and stuff like that, and we love that. And you know, I just I want to do that some more with everybody. I especially like that. And Mary's trying to get one of the kids around, as you can hear in the background. I know, I know, I've touched on this before with some everybody, and I'm not 100% sure if some of y'all remember it or not, but I've been back in 2017. Let me make sure I'm getting that correct. I don't want to. 2018, excuse me, in 2018. I just want to make sure I was getting that right. In 2018, when I lived in Florida, I witnessed a brutal event take place, and I sent in for a records request of that event. Well, I got a response back from them today, and I'd like to share that with y'all and everything. It says, "Dear Nightmares, please be advised that this is the first request that we have received from you. A request this size requires an invoice and payment prior to documents, audio, and video being pulled, reviewed, and redacted. Please be advised that the size of a request will not be in a PDF, as it will be extremely in a large size. There is over 2,900 photographs alone, which is an extremely large file. Therefore, you would need to provide an address for the document items to be mailed to you, or if you would like to pick them up in person. Please be advised that per FS 119, we do charge fees for these items being requested and the extent of research needed, which will be invoiced for after some clarification. Our fees are as followed. The photographs are $1 each. Hard copies of any documents are 20 cents double-sided each and 15 cents single-sided each. A CD is $5 each. Our hourly rates is $25.77 an hour and $12.89 half hour, and audio calls are $20 each. Just a rough estimate of what you have requested so far is approximately $3,200. Now think about what I just said there for a minute, guys. I'm asking for records for an event that took place that traumatized me. And they want to charge me $3,200 to get copies of these records. And I mean, I was astonished. Okay, I don't even know what to say about that. So I replied back to their email and asking them if I could just get any kind of video that they have. I don't necessarily need the pictures, or especially I don't know what I would do with 2,900 pictures of the event that took place. You know what I'm saying? I think that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I don't need every cell phone call that happened that night, or whatever the case was. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's relevant to anything I'm looking for. Mainly, I'm looking for just the video of what took place and uh, the actions that took place with the officer. Now, keep in mind, I have filed another records request with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and I've got a response back from them saying that they received my records request and it could take up to 30 days, which is standard when it has, when it's something of that nature that is, you know what I mean? But just think about this, guys, and this is what I'm leading up to is this is why attorney fees and things like this are so expensive because you have to pay, you know what I mean, for all kinds of stuff that they use to prosecute somebody or to investigate something. Um, you know, hello, Brandon. How are you, sir? So basically, what the reason I was asking for the records and everything, it has been a healing process for me, and I want to uh, get past the event that happened. And the only way that I can get past what happened is to understand it. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, I don't know if that makes sense. Uh, I haven't been able to talk about it before, and it has bothered me. And I have had severe nightmares from it. Uh, and so I think more than anything, it's going to be to help a healing process for me. When you see somebody uh, taken down in the manner that I witnessed and everything, whether the whether he was right or wrong, it's traumatizing. And I can't even imagine what our brothers in arms go through when they're overseas and they're fighting for this great country that we live in. And you know, I can understand why they come back from any kind of conflict and have trauma. So, that's it's it's sad to think. For y'all that don't know, or people who will listen to this and play it back or whatever, on March 17th, 2018, I was working in a game room in Florida. Uh, One of my coworkers was engaged in extramarital affairs. Her husband found out about it because she flaunted it in his face uh, and everything on uh, February 17th. Excuse me, it was on Valentine's Day, and which the man that she was married to was a U.S. veteran. He suffered from PTSD. He snapped, tried to take matters into his own hands, and tragically lost his existence that day. Now, was he justified? By no means. But the people that were affected by their actions and everything affected a lot of people that day. It affected his father. It affected me. It affected the people that were involved in that. So who's the victims? Who's the victims, guys? And it wasn't his wife because she went on to date one of the cops that investigated the event that happened. Now think about that for a second. Her, the person that she was with, that she said her vows to, and everything, was was covered up with a sheet laying on the sidewalk and everything, and she is less than 500 feet away from him, flirting with one of the officers and everything. Then goes on to date the said officer and gets pregnant. Now, how disgusting is that? And you know, it was tragic that day for the man's father. He witnessed the end of his son, and he was less than 100 feet away from him. Guys, what? Imagine that, being less than 100 feet and watch one of your child or one of your children take their last breath. That would be hard. I mean, you know, it's insane to even think of such a thing. I personally couldn't imagine the traumatic, the trauma that his father, has gone through, and that's insane. So, which brings me to my point. People ask me all the time, why do you do what you're doing now? Uh, it's not because I hate law enforcement. I think that we need law enforcement, but I also believe that everybody has to be held accountable in government and everything. And I'm not saying the officers were wrong that day, because they were justified. But my point that I was going to make, even with a man holding a gun, was it necessary, ladies and gentlemen? Think about what I'm fixing to tell you right now. Was it necessary for 6 officers armed with AR-15s put 32 rounds in this young man? 32 rounds. Think about what I just said for a second. 32 rounds. And like that young man's father, I watched every round hit that gentleman. Was he right in what he tried to do? No. But when does enough become enough? And I know we're low on audience tonight. I don't know, but I guess some people don't want to come or whatever, and that's okay. Thank you for the people that are here listening to me talk. I wanted the people to come on and just let's all have a chat and maybe get a couple guests to come up and everything. We'll see. Maybe some people will come in. Not everybody likes to talk about this kind of issue, and I understand that. That's the end of that box, huh? Yep.
I'm trying to clear some stuff.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all, my dear.
Something I have not done in a while, which needs to be done.
So what is everybody up to for the 5 people that I see in here? There may be more than that, but I'm only seeing 5. YouTube has been a little crazy lately on updating and showing things and all that good stuff. Yeah, hello, little bit. A little bit. My dog's sitting here beside of me. My little bit. Well, tomorrow is Friday, anyways, ladies and gentlemen. So TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, right? Rob says hi a little bit. Yep, Rob said hi a little bit. Trying to get some people to participate. You know, they're not wanting to talk to us a little bit. There's nobody talking to us. No, except for Rob. Rob said hi. You can't have my Diet Pepsi, though. No, you can't have my Diet Pepsi. No, you can't have that. No, you can't have my Diet Pepsi. Oh. Shoot, we used to come live and get quite a few people. I guess they're busy with everything else. I don't know. Sometimes life gets busy. And see, that's something else too. We don't take time for, guys. We don't take into consideration. You know, uh, sometimes we forget to support people and not support. You know what I mean? Even just come in and say hi or whatever. You know, I don't think a lot of people do that much anymore. Maybe I just picked a bad time. Maybe I should have waited until later tonight. I don't know. When there wasn't a lot of people doing auctions and all that stuff, I guess. Or whatever. Or maybe just a different subject, I guess. I don't know. What do y'all think? There's 4 people in here anyway. Well, hello to the 4 people sitting here listening to me talk. You've got 15 lives to choose from. I understand that, Brandon. There's quite a few people that are live. Yeah, YouTube's such a big world, man. Sometimes it's hard to watch people live sometimes nowadays. I watch a few though. Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's the thing too. If they're getting a lot of updates and stuff. I know that there's a few people on right now, but some are doing auctions or whatever. Sometimes some people go live 50 times a week. Maybe 50 times is an exaggeration, but quite a few times anyway. Of course, people probably used to think that about me too when I used to go live just about every night or every other night. Always had fun though. We always laugh and joke, cut up, all that good stuff. Oh, and by the way, guys, we're over 1,600 subs now, and and everything, which is cool. We've been getting a lot of subs. A lot of people have liked a lot of the short videos that I've been posting, and that shorts seem to be doing very well. Yeah, I think when I checked it earlier, Rob, we were at 1650 or something like that. I may be wrong. It may have been a little less than that. I don't remember exactly. Hopefully, we'll be at 2,000 subs for long, and that we can start having good lives and getting people to come in and and that. But a lot of people, uh, a lot of people don't like activism or whatever, or standing up for your freedoms or exercising your rights. You get you get called you get called a troublemaker, or you get called uh, what was that that one of the persons said around here the other day. Uh, it wasn't a troublemaker, but it was something along that lines. It pretty much meant the same thing because we was exercising our rights to film and to take pictures and that. Oh, yeah, the chief of police sent a message telling me that I needed to stay in my lane. Can you imagine that? I need to stay in my lane. Now I don't know what that means. What's my lane? Maybe I should just be a little puppet and just go on about my business and not worry about things that in the government that don't get taken care of. In our county and that. You know, I'm a citizen of this county. I have the right to know what's going on and why things ain't being taken care of. Seems to be the case every time you ask a question of the government of employees, and that, with the exception of a few, they don't like accountability. They don't like being held responsible. They want to take their paychecks and draw their salaries and all that stuff, but they don't like accountability. You don't have you don't have rights when they think you're wrong, or they'll violate your rights when they think you're wrong. even if you're right. Yeah, that sucks, Rob. I hate when that happens. Uh, oh yeah, he told people that I was anti-government. So what it is, I'm not anti-government by no means. Can you imagine that, guys? Standing up for your rights and your freedoms that makes you anti-government.
He's retarded. So, I say that out loud. I speak the truth.
I don't understand that. But yet they want you to pay taxes and they want you to support them and everything, and they want you to fall in line. Now, that's his words, not mine, guys. That I need to mind my business, stay in my lane, and fall in line. Now, can you imagine that? I need to mind my business, stay in my lane, and fall in line. Huh. That's correct, Rob. You're absolutely right. But how long? How many of them do that? How many people do we get upholding our rights? And if you do something wrong, whether whether you've paid the price for doing wrong or whatever, you're automatically a bad guy, and that you're a criminal. And I'm not saying that there's not bad people. Okay, there is bad people in the world, but people make mistakes. I've made my fair share of mistakes. Never denied that. But does that make me any different from anybody else? Because I made a mistake when I was younger? Was it anybody else's fault? Nope. It was my own. I own it. You know what I'm saying? I own my own mistakes. I made some mistakes. But how can people get past a mistake that they've made or mistakes? You know what I mean? They send you to jail to be rehabilitated, okay? But what do they teach you when you're in jail? What do you learn while you're in jail or prison? Because they're privately funded systems. What are they teaching people? Oh well, there's school programs there that people can learn. But look at the conditions. You're humiliated. You're in constant fear of your life. Whether it was a petty crime or not, and I'm not saying that all that criminals should be treated like they're living in a Hilton. I'm not saying that. But even even then, after being convicted of a crime, you still have rights, natural, God given rights allowed to an individual under the Constitution of the United States. So when people come out and they do their time and they serve their probation, and that when they go out back into society and they're trying to do right and do the right thing, what happens, guys? So if there's a crime committed, who do they look at? Regardless of whatever, who do they look at? The person that just got out of prison, whether he done anything or not, or she done anything or not. You're automatically the first suspect. You know? And they harass you. They tell you they don't want you in their town. And they treat you like you're the lowest piece of garbage on earth. And in some cases, that may be true. Some people will never learn. Some people will never learn. But how do you teach somebody to be a productive member of society, and that if you're constantly harassing them and trying to make them the bad guy, you know? And even if you're not a criminal, and that if you pick up a camera and you film somebody, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You can be a productive member of society, which I have been since I've been released. My last time in any kind of trouble was in 2007. I moved away from Tennessee, started over, have been a productive member of society, and that I came back here in 2020, back to Tennessee, and law enforcement, with the exception of a couple, said to me when I came back here, "Why are you here? Why did you come back?" And keep in mind, guys, I haven't done anything. I haven't broke any laws or anything. And that my last time in jail and everything, and I don't mind telling anybody, was for a bad check. And that because I chose to write a bad check, knowing it was wrong. I'm not trying to justify it, so I could feed my child and put diapers on their butt. Instead of going out and arming myself with a weapon and robbing somebody or breaking into somebody's house, I chose to deprive the store of their funds for a little while. Did I pay for it? Yes, I did. Did I pay the fines and court costs and do my probation and go to check writing school like the state demanded me to do? Yes, I did. I just don't understand the thinking and why we treat people the way that we do treat people. Yeah, I don't understand it. And if you do something wrong and that they want to take away all your rights, you're not allowed to vote, you're not allowed to carry a firearm, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. And where does it say in the Constitution that if you're convicted of a crime, that you lose all your rights? You have no rights. You have no rights at all. Now, you tell me where it says that in the Constitution of the United States, and I've looked it over pretty well. Well, the only reason you think that way because you're a criminal. Okay. Let's go with that argument for a minute. Let's go with that's why I look at that because that way because I'm a criminal. Let's just say that an ordinary citizen that has never broken a law, never done anything wrong, makes a mistake, and they've been out hunting or something to that nature, and they just take their gun and they put it in the back seat of their truck or under the floorboard with it loaded, and they stop somewhere, and an officer pulls up beside of them, or and that decides to do a check, and they find a loaded weapon in your car. Guess what? Now you're in trouble. Whether you done anything wrong or not, you're automatically in trouble because you have going to get charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. And it don't matter whether you've carried the firearm all your life, never broke any rules, never hurt nobody, never shot nobody, never even pointed a gun at anybody. Now you're in trouble. You're going to have to go through court and jail and everything else because you made a mistake. And guess what? Once you're convicted, all your rights are taken away from you. You're a convicted felon, but you never hurt nobody. You made a simple mistake. All you done was put your firearm in your vehicle, which you paid for, you own. You never done anything other than went hunting, decided because you were too tired to drive home to pull into a rest area and take a nap. And now you're a convicted felon. And all of your rights have been taken away from you. You can't vote. You can't own a firearm. You have no rights anymore.
What was this shit?
And I was telling them what happened to me. My how I got a felony.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a country boy. I was raised with firearms all my life. Carried my gun in my truck all my life. And I made a simple mistake by leaving my shotgun that I'd been hunting with in my vehicle. Didn't point it at nobody, didn't threaten nobody, and wound up getting convicted of a felony because I was unlawfully carrying a firearm. That's sad. Where's the justice in that? And there was no compassion, no understanding, no, oh well, don't do that again. And yes, it was loaded. I'm not saying I was right. I'm not saying I was wrong. But it's crazy how that works. You see what I'm saying, guys? How easy and how simple that one little thing can ruin somebody's life and that, you know what I mean? Should I have taken time to unload my weapon and put it in a proper place? Yes, absolutely, I should have. But human error, you know, not thinking about, you know, something I'd done all my life. I took my shotgun and I put it in the back seat and laid it on the floorboard and covered it up. You know, wasn't within reach of me or anything else. It was in the back seat, but it was loaded, and I got charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, not a pistol, a shotgun, something I used all my life to hunt with. Now, does that make me bitter? No, I'm not bitter about it. I'm just saying that it could happen to anybody. You know, anybody could be a victim or be convicted of a crime, even if you didn't commit a crime. Did I commit a crime? Technically, yes. Was it my intentions? No. And people are leaving. I guess they don't like my conversation. I'm down to one person. Well, hello to the one person that stayed. See, and that's what I'm talking about. Nobody wants to hear the hard facts. Nobody wants to hear the truth. But they want to be quick to judge you, though. It's easy to go look somebody up and see a criminal record and say, "Oh, well, this guy done this," and that. You know, it's amazing how that works out. Well, thank you for staying, Rob. At least I got one person that understands. I think everybody else left. I guess Pokemon and jewelry is more important. And no, that wasn't a dig at anybody. I'm just saying that's generally what everybody goes after: jewelry and Pokemon. Now it says I have 0 people. That's great. Shoot, I should have just pre-recorded this and just played it and let everybody listen to it when at their own leisure. What's up, Art? How you doing, my brother? You doing okay, sir? Well, I'll invite y'all to come up if you want to, and everything. At least I won't feel like I'm sitting here talking to myself. Me and Art had some good conversation the other night. That one night we talked. I say the other night, it was probably a couple, 3, 4 nights ago, and we had a good conversation. Well, I haven't turned my camera on because it wants that little pink line, the ghost, the little pink ghost or whatever has come through there, and that it's because I have a UV light. Well, not a UV light, but a fluorescent light, I should say. I guess that's UV. I don't know. What's up, man?
Well, you know,
Oh, same old shit, different day. I guess I'm sitting here whining.
you'll be all right, man.
I was telling people about what transpired and how easy it is to be, convicted of a crime, even if you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. I can tell you, I know somebody that served 10 years for murder that he didn't commit, and it finally came out that the prosecutor and a state trooper doctored evidence against him.
Imagine that.
So he finally got out. The trooper died, so he got no compensation from him. The state is prosecuting the prosecutor. He's got a lawsuit against the state and the prosecutor. He'll probably die before he gets a dime from them. So he told them who did it before they ever arrested him, and they ignored the fact that there was a serial rapist. So it was his girlfriend that got murdered.
Oh, goodness.
And he got blamed for it because he was out that night drunk, and he passed out in another bar's parking lot. But the guy that lived right across from them or diagonal from them was a serial rapist that had just gotten out.
Oh.
And it just so happened that the first trial was a hung jury, and they let it go for about 10 years. And then they brought it back up. They barely won a conviction on him because some witnesses wouldn't come forward and that. And then while he was in there, the Kentucky Free Men listened to his story, and they started chasing things down, and found 2 witnesses to come forward. They also found that while he was in prison, a trooper came and asked for a semen sample, and he didn't think nothing of it. Well, in the evidence, there was never any semen found until after that sample, when they were trying to go for sentencing and that. All of a sudden, mysteriously, there's a semen sample on the jumpsuit of his girlfriend.
Wow.
And they tried to use that against him. Well, the Kentucky Free Men finally got witnesses to come forward, number one, to say who did it, because they were threatened as children that he would cut, this other dude would slice their throats if they didn't keep their mouth shut. And they watched him throw the bloody boots into the dumpster. And he went home all bloody. His dad had made a comment that he had come home that night covered in blood. He thought he'd been out deer hunting. So, yeah, it was pretty horrible.
Insane.
So, yeah, it can happen to people.
Oh, I know.
And, you know, the ATF is ratcheting things up now again on 80%ers. Not sure if you're familiar with the term, but it's where you could buy an 80% lower and assemble your own gun. And they somehow they've created a rule saying that that's against the law unless you serialize it and register it, which goes against everything we were ever taught about the Second Amendment. But they're ratcheting up pressure on people, so...
Imagine that.
Yeah. You know, we have all these branches of government that have... They don't have the right to create laws. They don't have the right to create interpretations of the law. But yet they're doing it and getting away with it. And they're ruining people's lives over it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And that's, that's kind of frustrating.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've seen
hell, is
it
there all of
happen
us
over
in
and
here?
over
Is that
again.
what we are tonight? Just all of us?
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's just the three.
Cool. Hey,
So
how you
far,
doing,
yeah.
Rob?
I had a
Oh, I'm doing fair. Doing fair. I just been feeling kind of
Where'd you go?
cruddy, but yeah, I'm going to be on the mend now that I've been put on
God
some
dang it, did I
med
do it again?
for that stupid tooth.
So I don't know if you were listening to what I said in that. I was telling people, how easy it was to.
Diane, I wasn't trying to wake you up. I had to turn the light on to see their fucking food. Sorry, guys.
No,
That's
you're
okay. It's life. James isn't exactly a children's channel.
no. I've been keeping it pretty PG tonight.
Oh yeah, but you haven't. You're not exactly a children's channel though.
Definitely not. That's why it's listed most of the times for 18 plus.
I know. Yeah, I've been following you long enough, James. I know. Man, I yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen what them rewriting laws and making things so we're not against the Constitution, that we need to be getting more and more against, and more people should be absolutely irate that have been happening, and I really agree with that. Yeah, and it goes at all ranks of government, all the way up to the highest ranks, not just the most lowest. Even the most lowliest got ranks as the police, and the lowest ranks in anyone that's violating your rights needs to be put a stopper to. It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it's it kind of depends on where you are and how you treat police as to how you're going to get treated. I had family members that were in law enforcement, and one of them would, and this goes way back. I mean, you could tell I wasn't a young guy, and this was all when I was a real little kid. But when they found somebody that was drunk driving, they didn't write them a ticket and haul their ass to jail. One of them would drive the guy home in his car, and the other one would meet him there, and they'd make sure that he got home safe. So he could provide for his family the next night, and they might have a chat with him for a while to tell him why he shouldn't do that.
Well, there was a time when back in it was way early when vehicles, that they wouldn't write you a ticket. They'd just take you and put you in the tank for the night and let you sober up. You weren't fined. You were just put in the tank to sober up. for the night.
Yeah, and there was, and there were times, in the South, there used to be a saying, and I don't want anybody to take this as this being racial, but they used to say, if you're black, don't let the sun hit your back in my town. And the sheriffs used to catch a lot of grief for that. And if you ever got to talk to any of the sheriffs from back then, what it had to do with the fact is that there were people that would do harm because of the color of somebody's skin. And what the sheriff would do is pick them up before sunset if they saw them walking down the road, and they'd put them in jail overnight. So they had a comfortable place to sleep. They made sure they at least got dinner and breakfast and got to clean up in the morning before they would take them back out. And if they were going to the other side of town, they'd drive them all the way out to the end of the county where they were sheriff at and drop them off there. And if they weren't going too far inside the other county, they may drop them off, inside the county where they were going, just to make sure they had safe passage. Had nothing to do with racism. On the sheriff's part.
I've been escorted out of a town before and was told not to come back.
Yeah, these guys were never told not to come back. They were just, it was the time of travel to try and make sure that they were safe.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jeremiah, according to him anyway, he was supposedly chased out of a whole county.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that there is any precedent or a law that gives a judge a right to say you're banned from my county. I'm a U.S. citizen. You don't get to tell me I can't live here.
Yeah,
you can tell me I have to abide by the law, but you can't tell me that I can't live in your town.
Well, if that was the case, that should apply to those diddlers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I truly didn't get it. Truly never got it when Jeremiah was saying that, and I'm like, dude, they can't tell you can't come into this town. It's just
what's funny about that is it's the same town that him and Samantha are being held in the jail right now.
Where are they at now? Do we know?
Russellville. They're in Russellville, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I seen that last night. I went and done an update. And
so they did not fight extradition, and they got to.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it if you're going to be, have to be in a place, that especially when it's something as trivial as.
Well, now the question is, does Samantha know that there's money on the Cash App card to get her ass out of jail?
She does. She has a bond on one charge, but she has zero bond on the others.
So does she know she's got the money to get out?
But that they won't give her bond.
Oh, they won't let her go because there's. I get what you're saying. There's no bond.
Yeah, I went and looked at it last night. I was like, well, since she's already been extradited, why hasn't she been released? Because they have told her. They've told the mom, and everything. He has a bond too. He has two bonds actually for $500 each, but he's being held on a no bond on another charge. So even if he bonded out, he couldn't bond out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he had the money, he couldn't even get out because he's being held on a warrant, and that's just to make for sure that they're there.
Right. I mean, look, they've been on the lam for what, a couple of years, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know the whole story. But yeah.
I think that's part of what I heard, and And again, I was just picking up parts of that live the night before they got arrested.
Well, something that troubles me is, and I'm not defending anybody. How can you convict somebody of driving with no driver's license because you have a video seeing them driving and that without being pulled over or being stopped?
Right. So where was the video? At the U-Haul place?
I reckon. I don't know the whole
Well,
details.
Well, was he driving on a city street?
I don't know that either.
If they've got a video of him in the U-Haul parking lot driving a truck, it's not against the law.
And from what I've heard, it's not necessarily a driver's license is not really necessarily constitutionally required 100% anymore.
And since when do the government go by the Constitution? No, you're fine, baby. Thank you.
Yeah, that kind of gets into the sovereign citizen thing.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was talking. I got a message from our chief of police here that I needed to stay in my own lane, quote unquote. I needed to stay in my own lane, keep my nose where it belonged, and that by exercising my constitutional rights, he has now labeled my family and I as constitutionalists.
Oh, did you thank him?
Huh?
Did you thank him for recognizing the fact that you believe in the Constitution?
Oh, absolutely. Do you think it's going to stop me from doing what I've been doing? No.
What? So did he send you a text message, a voicemail?
No. He just sent word through the grapevine, and you know how that shit goes. Oh no, he hates a camera.
You mean he's too chicken to put it in any format that he could get called out for it because it would be illegal for him to do so?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Go figure.
Imagine that.
he wasn't incorrect that you are a constitutionalist. That's like he was. What was he trying to insult you or something?
I don't know.
Oh, did we lose Art?
He hits the wrong button sometimes.
Okay, it happened. I've done that a few times. Oh, yeah. Man. So, and what's the thing is to me, it's not just the police. Right now, I'm trying to hold my pharmacist. I was having problems with my pharmacist. I had to contact my state for my pharmacist. They were violating HIPAA. Yeah, that's a whole nother issue, right there. There's still another government agency that need to be held accountable.
Oh yeah, well, let's not get into the pharmaceuticals and things like that. How many people they violate every year?
I know, but still, there is still another government agency that need to be held accountable.
Because that's one of the biggest rip-offs I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that wasn't going to go in depth. I just bringing it up that I had to report and switch my pharmacy. Yeah. It's being taken care of as we speak. Hopefully, it's been reported to the state agency that's above their heads. Oh, welcome back. All right.
You can see I still have a problem with pressing the back arrow.
It happens to me a few times too.
Yeah, I was saying somebody ought to Google what a constitutionalist is, and I can't do it because my browser's taken up with that I've got him too. Is she gonna
Yeah.
stay? So I got my kitty cats.
When I'm using my digital device, my phone, I can't. I could probably Google something, but my phone does funny things.
You know, it's amazing. You were talking about license and things like that. Well, let's just take any kind of license that you have to that each state requires you to have. You show me in the Constitution or the Bible. Let's just take something very simple. In the Constitution of the United States or the Bible, where it says man or woman, or whatever your preference is, went down before a courthouse and obtained a license to get married. Now you think about what I just said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you go down to the courthouse. You have to go down to the courthouse now, according to the laws, to have a piece of paper saying that you and whoever are husband and wife, or husband and husband, or whatever the case is,
Or wife and wife.
and that
Mm-hmm.
says that you have to be married and everything, and pay $100 and something or whatever it is now to get a license and everything. And you show me where in the Bible or the Constitutions that says that's mandatory to be recognized as husband and wife.
It isn't.
Because
Excuse me. My grandfather apparently was married twice, way back when, and not according to the state or laws. I have two. I have my half aunt would say a lot about that, and my father, which are about the same age. And neither of them knew of each other's existence until I started digging.
well, it's supposed to be a record. Well, okay, I get the records, but from as far back as I can remember, family members and stuff like that, family was kept up with and everything. You know, they would put it in the family Bible, who was married.
Family Bible. Yep.
Yeah, and that.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason that the church issued a piece of paper was to keep up with it for recording. And that it was just saying that they were married. This is who they married to. And so they could keep up with family.
Yeah, and then they started doing blood tests. I don't know if that's still a thing or not.
As far as I know, I don't think so. But I know now that if you have to do some kind of a marriage counseling or something of that nature, and it takes so much off of your tax paid license, and I don't know, that's just, but it's a money thing. It's another way to, I mean, we're taxed to death on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the problem came into when what was his name, Jeffs, that Mennonite that was or whatever not Mennonite, but whatever, he was committing he had so many wives, and he was trying to get the state to cover everything. And he was basically he had so many children, and he was also married to, it was such a complicated issue. And it was a whole mess, and the state had to make some sort of a law, some sort of laws that case law to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, and
He
then
wasn't married. He wasn't married in the eyes of the state to most of the women.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to figure out how they get involved in the religious aspect of it, right? Because if the
Mm-hmm.
religion says it's okay, you know, it's the same thing with, whether you want to get the uh, COVID shot or not, or whether you want to get the flu shot or not. You can have religious exemptions. I mean,
Right. Pardon
just
my art. The problem with the
But wasn't
religious
that guy like
aspect.
a 7 day Abathist or was something like that? I mean, he believed in the different religions. Why he had so many wives?
yeah, I think there's Mennonites, and I think there's what's the other?
Mormon.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Mormon,
Mormons that can have multiple wives. But legally, I guess most states say you cannot. So they don't take them as legal wives. So it's like their first wife is generally their legal wife, and then the others they just call a wife.
right? Here's where the issue came into that. He was basically embezzling money from the state with using the he was every one of his wives had or most of his wives had children, and he was getting food stamps for them
Uh,
and getting he was getting state aid for all the his wives and all this stuff,
yeah,
and he was trying to manipulate the system to
well,
for
that's
his
what ruins it for everybody. So
that's where
But that still
he was.
happens today, and I know people that ain't even married and they just keep spitting out kids.
Mhm,
You know,
that
to
that
manipulate the system.
exactly, he was manipulating the system. That's where the problem came in, and he was a major issue. They had to do something about it. He must have been getting over $1 million in child support and whatnot from the state or whatever, uh, 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 assistance from the state, and they had to take care. They had to, and not only that, at least two of his pseudo wives were under 16.
Mm.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of a problem.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
And
that's a
and
yeah.
whole lot of problem.
But see that get
and,
that.
oh, and he must have backed out again. They were also, and the two wives were children of his children. It
Wow.
was even more disgusting. Hmm. What he was doing was beyond it, morally and ethically. It was
Sure.
morally and ethically wrong.
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
and that goes back to the point that there's always got to be somebody that tries to abuse the system, and then it creates more laws for lawful people.
Hmm.
But
Exactly.
let's go back a little bit on that though, and by no means am I defending anybody. Back when my grandmother, uh, was growing up, and even in some areas, you know, excuse me, I'm fixed to burp. Oh, excuse me. And in some places, that if a lady got past the age of 13 or 14 years old, they were considered an old maid. It was not uncommon back in the day for people at 13, 14, 15, 16-year old to get married. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
But the difference between now and then is someone of that age was taught right. You know what I mean? They were more mature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And also the
and
life expectancy.
Right.
yeah, yeah, and back then too, it was a lot about, um, you know, getting more kids on the farm, man.
Mm-hmm.
Start a family, get more kids on the farm. Grandpa or dad gave you, 20 acres or whatever,
Absolutely.
and then you needed kids to work it, and yeah, it was all done at a very young age.
You know,
Right.
and to be honest with you, I'm glad we're not living in that age, because back in that time there was a lot of people that were a lot of the men that were, you know, probably 23, 24-year old, and the girl was 13, 14, 15 years old. And nowadays that is sick.
Mm-hmm.
It was sick then too, but they just didn't think about it. But there again, women were raised in a different way, and they didn't have rights because they were made to be taken as a wife and get your butt off there and quit.
A little bit.
To have raised a family, like you said, for the farm or whatever. And it was a different time with of course, like I said, women didn't have any rights. They were to obey their husband and do as they were told, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
Right.
hi, big boy.
I don't justify the era either, and things were different time. Even 40 years ago, when I was a kid, I see the difference from then to now. Also,
Sure.
um, um, and uh, it, back, I can see where it would have been when the lifespan was from. They have gone from living 30 years to 50 years to now we're having a lifespan of anywhere up to 70 or over 100 years. And if they were expecting to live only 30 years, what was starting a 13-year-old? It was nothing to start a life at 13.
Right. And we didn't have the technology and the medicines that we had then either,
Mm-hmm.
that we do now.
Yeah, we had no vaccinations, and there was just a whole lot of things that.
We were just coming out of that age where people were dying with smallpox and polio and simple things now that we can treat that we couldn't back then.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
weird.
there were a lot of things that killed people back then that don't kill people anymore. And
That's true.
Right.
Absolutely.
my whole
You
point.
just brought to my mind. I'm sorry to laugh at what you said, but have you ever seen 1,000,001 Ways to Die in the West? If you haven't, you need to. It's hilarious.
I'll have
Seth
to look that up.
MacFarlane. Oh, it's a hilarious movie. Seth MacFarlane, the guy that does King of the Hill. He is, it's a laugh a minute. It's so ridiculous. Everything
Out of here.
is just so out over the top on this Varsity of a Western. Showing ways people die, ridiculous ways people died.
Well, the West, back in the old West, the West was pretty ruthless.
Yeah.
If you think about it, I mean, it was pretty ruthless.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I brought that up. It was, and they show it in all its ridiculous, in some very ridiculous ways.
I mean, there was a lot of things that went on back in the West that, man, just if you thought about that nowadays, and that just like how crazy that was. Of course, they had a lot of vigilante justice, I guess you could call it, and everything. Hello, Mr. Bronson. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Hi, Chuck.
So glad that you joined us. You go back, and that, I guess there was a lot of vigilante justice back then, but a lot of people didn't tread on people either. I mean, there was outlaws, there was bank robbers, and things like that, but the justice system was totally different. If you were convicted, justice was swift, and you didn't hear about a lot of people, doing things that they shouldn't have done. That's the thing with the justice system now. It's all messed up. We house people that are convicted of crimes, and not saying that all cases are that way, but we house people that have been convicted of crime, that have confessed to the crimes. There's without 100% doubt that they're the ones that done it, and we house them for another 20 years before justice is served. So the families are still living with the fact that the person that committed these atrocities, and that is still around. You know what I'm saying? Instead of swift justice.
Mm-hmm. And then we have people, that are getting tried for nothing, and for not so much nothing, but for petty crimes that harm nobody, and they get a huge sentence. That it was maybe such a petty little nothing crime, but they get a major sentence. And then you have these other people that are getting away with practically murder, and they get maybe 2 months.
I'll give you a prime example of what you're talking about. In 2008, a friend of mine just started a karaoke business. He was in a bar doing a karaoke, and he invited me and some friends down, and we all went down there. And that I'd parked my vehicle like I'm supposed to, and everything. Wasn't drinking, just having a good time, because I haven't drank in a long, long time. Once in a while, just a little drink, but not nothing serious. So I'm in the bar with my friends, and 2 deputies walk in and asked who owns the Chevy Trailblazer outside, and I told him it was me. I said, "Why? What's the matter?" And he says, "Can you step outside with me?" And I'm thinking, "Oh my gosh, what's going on?" And when I get out there, I see this man had ran an intersection, plowed all over my Trailblazer. The top of his vehicle was on top of mine, where he T-boned it. Now, here's the part that gets weird. This man, by the time everything was all said and done, it was his 56th conviction of driving on a suspended license, his 101st offense of DUI, and his 400th offense of driving without insurance. Now, guess how much time they gave this man? Just anybody want to take a guess how much time they gave this man?
He didn't get any jail time.
He got less than 60 days.
Oh,
Chuck Bronson's in the audience, man.
I seen that. It's awesome.
Good.
Awesome.
So
Good to see
he
it.
gets less than 60 days. He gets less than 30 days, and that turns around and everything, and they pick him up for a child support award, and they made him serve 1129 on child support warrant. Can you imagine that?
Mm-hmm.
11 months and 29 days in the county jail for child support, but yet he got to run over somebody's vehicle, completely just left us without a vehicle, no accountability, even with a judgment against him, no accountability, no way that he'll ever pay for it. If he ain't paying child support, you know he's not going to pay for my vehicle. And you know who got stuck paying for it? My insurance company. My insurance rates went up. My insurance paid off the vehicle and everything. And I was the one that had to pay for his crimes.
Yeah,
So
that's ridiculous.
So here's a question for you. Does your state require liability insurance?
Yes, it does.
And he didn't have it anyway.
Nope.
He's supposed to be prosecuted for that.
No insurance, no driver's license, and multiple offenses for driving on suspended, driving without insurance, multiple DUIs. And
See, to me, that's just where a district attorney decides what he wants to prosecute and what he doesn't. And,
you know, he gets 11 months and 29 days in county jail for child support.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of, you know, probably the 10 years that he should have gotten for being drunk and destroying property that deprived, you know, me of my property, and not to mention the money and everything else, and that. And you know who paid for it? The taxpayers, the people.
Yep.
Because what happened is my insurance went up, you know, because I was involved in an accident, whether I wasn't even driving, but because I was hit by an uninsured motorist and my insurance had to pay for it, guess who got penalized?
Oh yeah.
Hey James, have you watched the one? This has been being covered in several, at least a couple of channels that I watch. About I think it what just happened about 9 days ago. It was fairly recent. This Department of really high up Department of Corrections officer was found guilty of department violations and abusing inmates and accused people of being accused. One of his persons under him recorded him boarding, putting one of an accused person in a chair in restraints that he was just being booked.
Yep.
You seen that one?
Oh yeah. See, that's the thing. There again, there is no accountability for like a lot of our justice system and our penal systems. You know,
all you got was 18 months.
We send people to prison or to jail, and most of your jails now are privately funded, and your prisons are privately funded, and there's no accountability for what goes on, and it may go years before anybody ever speaks up about it, or if they do speak up about it, and that they're ignored. You know why? Because they're a criminal. Regardless of whatever they done, they're a criminal, and the mentality of all the guards, the jailers, and that, oh well, you're a criminal and you have no rights, and we'll do whatever the fuck we want to you.
Yep.
And including and not limited to murdering somebody just because they can.
Mm-hmm. And what's worse is the guy that she recorded was found innocent. They just let him loose. Yeah,
Crazy.
it was ridiculous. Oh, absolutely.
It's absolutely amazing at some of the dumb stuff that goes on, and people are prosecuted for, and that when there's really no reason for it. Okay, it's probably not as common now because a lot of everything they've done away with a lot of checks and stuff. Now just about everybody has a credit card or a debit card. Some people still have checks, but for the most part, everything is done that way, you know. And technically, when somebody writes a check and they know there's not money, it's not really a crime. It's actually a civil matter, but yet you're still prosecuted for it. It ain't no different than if I come to you and I borrow money from you and I write out a piece of paper saying that I'll pay you, okay, and I fail to pay you. Well, it's not a criminal. That don't make it criminal. And that, yes, I deprived you of the money you were owed. It's a civil matter, and I shouldn't be, or anybody else should be arrested for a debt. You know what I mean? That just don't make no
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it actually does. Uh,
Uh, um. So when are you and Mary? When are you guys going auditing next?
I don't know.
I don't
Could be
know.
the next day or two, or
Next day or two. Okay.
I've got a few places in mind.
Cool. Just was curious. Um, I just I've been I've been kind of taking it easy on YouTube lately and social media because I wasn't feeling well. So, but hopefully I start feeling better now.
I hear that. Go a little bit.
Uh, uh,
Excuse
yeah.
me.
I got a bit of a surprise last night. I won some in a StreamYard the for an Meg Fisher slash he does some sluicing gold mining or not gold mining but gold panning on his channel, and he did a random free drawing on StreamYard, and I won a sticker pack.
Cool.
And well, it came in the mail yesterday, and I went and cut it open and took the stickers out, and it came with a letter. Well, that's all to be expected. And well, something a little shiny popped out. I wasn't expecting. Here. Just give me a moment.
Art must have hit the back button again.
Yep.
Hopefully, he wasn't offended. Oh, cool.
You know what that is?
Is it a gold $20 bill or $100 bill?
$100. Yes.
Nice.
I was not expecting that. He didn't tell me. That was a little gift he threw in there. Yeah, that is a $9,999 $100 bill.
Awesome.
Uh-huh. Like the ones you get at the high roller tables.
Well, I won't be
That's-
seeing none of those because I ain't going to no high roller tables.
I never in a million years thought I'd ever see one myself. I, I, I I'm buffalo. My jaw hit the floor when I found it. When it fell out of the bag. You know?
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad Chuck Bronson come in here. That was nice.
Me too. It's good to see Chuck. Very good to see Chuck. He's good man, good auditor. Very good auditor. Always good to see him. I cut my last name off for going live in the StreamYard. So
I can understand that.
I don't know. So I haven't been seeing any of your recent stuff work yet lately. I seen you went live. My StreamYard my YouTube is getting notifications get so backed up lately.
No, well, evidently some other people's are too. But
I think I miss a lot though.
I noticed a lot of people, don't come in like they used to. But that's
Yeah.
okay.
It's nothing personal. I just haven't been feeling well. I just really hadn't.
Well, I know people are busy and things. Oh no, what happened to Art? Did his phone die?
Maybe my phone's on the charger and is at 100% yet. It seems to be doing okay. Usually it starts going ebbing down on the overheating a bit and starts ebbing down on the charge about now.
I invited a couple of people to come in and that. I don't know if they've seen their email or not. Two very big auditors, and I wanted them to come in and talk, but I don't know whether they got the emails or not, or maybe the time they see it, it'll be too late. But that's okay though. I mean, maybe that's something I need to reach out to them and set something up because I'd like to have them to come in as a guest and do some speaking and maybe invite some of their people.
Yeah, if I thought I had the if I thought I had the temperament for it, I might think about doing the auditing because I've seen some issues around my own, and also it would be nice to have transportation besides my bicycle to get around.
Right.
Because it's well, on the plus side of only having a bicycle, they can't exactly read my plates.
Well, that's true.
So I can't get my ID that way. But yeah, that would be one thing I've noticed about some auditors is to help to prevent police from IDing them is they've been covering their plates or taking their plates off where they once they get to the location they're at.
Yeah, NC Tyrant Hunter does that.
Yeah, I've seen him do that. He's been covering, not taking them off so much. He's been covering.
He's an awesome auditor. I mean, I know some people don't like him, but I do. I absolutely love his work, and
I like him too. I do too. There's some auditors that do rub me wrong though. There's a few, but there's some that a lot of people don't like that I do.
I like SGV. I like Accountability for All. I like Long Island Audit. You
Right.
know, I could sit here and name a whole list of people that I've watched.
Same here. Same
that
here.
I
You,
like. And
you just named off a lot of the greats. A lot of
there's
people like,
there's some that I've seen. I don't necessarily agree with their style, you know, uh, but I get it. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm. And I can see where some of them have an issue with direct how Direct D handles his stuff, but he's dealing with some very, very, very bad policing. He's dealing with some really, really bad tyrants out there in Arizona.
Oh yeah,
And I can understand what he's doing. I do. I get what he's doing. And he's been beat down pretty bad by them and abused by the police. And
well,
I get it.
there's a lot of people that don't like Chili, and there's a lot of people that don't like James Friedman, and
Mm.
you know,
I I like James Freeman. I just don't agree with some of his political views. Is all. Let's just say that his and my political views don't line up. That's all.
well, not
I
everybody's going to
sorry.
agree. Not everybody's going to agree on things. That's what makes this world different.
Right there. That's the thing. I respect his right to have his views. That's just it. And I do follow him. I just don't entirely agree with how he sees things. Is all.
Put that thought, and I'll be right back. I got to run to the other room real quick.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to relieve some coffee.
Yeah. We all got to do that every once in a while. There's one you didn't mention. I don't know if you know of him. He's since he's been when I first started watching him, he wasn't. He kind of was chafing me a bit, but I feel he's improved. Um, he's a bit of a more was a bit more confrontational and not so much teaching as he was in your face with the cops. Um, he goes by Press NH now. Have you heard of him?
Yes, I have.
Okay. He has improved in the time I've been watching him, and a lot of people don't like him. He does. I guess he does have a bit of a past, a bit of a history with not so good history, and people keep going, taking in. I feel what they're doing is they're grudging his name in the dirt for. It's like taking any private citizen's name and running it through the dirt. And I feel it's wrong what they're doing. They're taking his private life and running it in public.
Well, it just depends. Anytime you're a public figure, people are gonna talk shit and do things to bring you down or to make you look bad. And you know the thing I've learned over the years, no matter how good or bad, you can't run from your past.
Right, right, right. I see that, and I get that, but I, I think they go a little bit too far at times because they bring his girlfriend and his children into it.
Well, yeah, that's a little much. Nobody's children should ever be brought into anything.
Hmm.
And you shouldn't you shouldn't bring somebody's children into an equation. Uh,
Right,
my
right.
children shouldn't be prosecuted for something I do. You know what I'm saying? Or your children or anybody else's children
Hmm.
should be.
Right.
Uh,
I don't know if he has any kids, but it's her kids. She's had problems. Something about her kids, and it keeps the kids out of it. Her problems are her problems. His problems are his problems. And what happened outside of his before his channel shouldn't be being dredged up.
yeah, but people do. People
I
are,
know.
and they want to hurt people. They do
Hmm.
it on purpose. You know, regardless of whether you're a good person or a bad person or whatever, they always try to drag out the dirt. And the thing about it is, most of these people that are dragging out the dirt, if you went into their closet and started bringing things out, you
Right.
see how ugly and how bad they are.
Hmm.
You
I
know,
know. I know.
hi, boss
I
lady,
know.
how are you? Oh, we're
Hi,
just
Ghost
having a
Lady.
conversation. Just having a conversation.
Yep, just good to see you, boss lady.
Just sitting here shooting the breeze. Even though we haven't had many people in here tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of been slow. Kind of been slow.
Oh, I know. I need to shut up about it because one of the trolls out there. Well, oh, did you hear that? He was whining and crying because he didn't have nobody watching his channel. Wah. No,
Well,
that's not what I'm
people
doing.
find something to whine about. It seems that trolls are gonna whine. Trolls are gonna do what they're gonna do, and I respect what you do. Everybody has their different views, and
Well, sure, we all.
sooner or later you're gonna piss somebody. How's that saying go? If you haven't created an enemy in your lifetime, then you have never stood up for anything.
Well, I guess when I was wrestling, I created a lot of enemies, but some good and bad. I was a
if you
troll once, laughing my ass off.
if you haven't stood up for if you've never stood up for anything you believed in, then you've never created any anything. You've never created any enemies.
Oh, I created a few enemies then.
Hmm.
I'm very passionate about about things, and
Right,
trust me, when I'm passionate about something, I don't mind letting people know it.
right. Hmm.
And you know, not everybody's built the same. Not everybody functions the same. And you know, these people that want to troll somebody because, oh well, he's a convicted criminal. But you know what? I know criminals that have changed their life and are productive citizens and productive people, and they still stand up for their rights and things like that. But that don't mean they're a bad person, you know.
Yeah. And
These-
then I know criminals who, ex-convicts who are still standing out there hiding in the community that use use the police band radio to hide from the police.
Oh yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
He was passionate once, lol. Oh, absolutely. I've been passionate a couple times. It just depends on which way you're talking about, I guess. There is a difference between passionate and compassion. There's a few folks that I have no compassion for, no sympathy.
Boss lady sitting there laughing her butt off.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, man.
well, that explains some things. SGV is live.
Oh, STV, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love watching STV, especially when he goes into full Shanduli mode. Oh, Shanduli, shut up.
Oh, I didn't know Miss Tracy and them were live either. I did not know that.
Oh, I knew Tracy. I'd seen Miss Tracy was live.
I didn't get a notification for that.
I'd seen her in my notifications. I just hadn't gotten. I hadn't gotten a official notification that she had gone live.
I did not know that. They do that game or whatever. I forgot about.
I haven't been in her chat in a while. I don't play. I don't go into the games. When they're playing the trivia, like I try to avoid the trivia ones. When I get the trivia questions when you get into certain trivia, I don't quite understand why, but I get triggered into memories, and it gets me so worked up sometimes. And
Speaking of knowing you very well, have you talked to Becky lately, boss lady?
I'm not going to comment. I don't know which Becky you're talking about. So,
Well, it's somebody that. Okay, I didn't know. You do know that Southern Chaos is on life support.
Hmm.
It's one of our wrestling buddies, and that
well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I wrestled with him for a long time, and that I'm really sad.
I think I've heard of Southern Chaos. It's been a long time, but I have heard of them. I'm sorry to hear that.
He's
I was a big fan in my youth.
He's a young man too. He's not much older than I am. Much younger than I think he's a little younger than I am. I don't even think he's as old as I am.
Like I said, I was a big fan in the 80s and 90s, or the 90s at least. Mid 80s, 90s of wrestling. So Southern Chaos, I'll have to look that name up. I'm sure I've heard of it.
Well, it's just say a prayer
Okay.
for his family and that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the outcome's going to be. I don't know even know the circumstances, but just say a prayer for his family. He's got children, and
Mm-hmm.
it's it's tragic.
Yeah, well,
But it just goes to show that when it's your time, and it don't matter your age or anything else. That it has no bearing. You know.
yeah, well, my eldest brother's class, he had a girl in his class way back when she had a stroke when she was 20 and died
My goodness.
just right at the door, just all of a sudden. No, it's just no apparent reason. It's just out of the blue. Yeah, boss lady, if my phone in there wasn't fairly easy to set up live to go enter live streams, I wouldn't be able to do it either.
Just click on the link. You can click on this link that I just put in there, and then you can come in here live. You don't even have to download. You don't have to download anything or anything like that. Just click on it and follow the instructions. Pretty simple.
And shut off the camera if you don't want to come into the live with the camera.
Yeah, God, please shut off the camera. Just kidding.
If you want to, that's I'm not. It's optional.
No, it's not optional. She has to shut it off.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
I just shut it off because everybody else had it off.
What's up?
Okay. Yes, I talked to Becky yesterday.
Hey, boss lady.
Hi. Sorry. Gotta go. Smoke in the house here. I talked to Becky yesterday. Let go of the door. My bad. Anyway, she said that they let Jeremiah in there for 5 minutes. And then they took him out and told him he couldn't go back in there. His family had it all set up like that.
Wow.
And yeah, and Becky's still legally married to Kevin, so
Technically, they can't stop her if she's
Right.
still legally married to her.
right, but I guess Chaos's family's going nutty.
Unless
And-
she signed a power of attorney or whatever.
Right. Well, it's kind of like they're doing it in a situation like you were in before, with Sophie. So it's kind of like that. The family's trying to shut her.
So why is he on life support? I never did understand why he was on.
Well, from my understanding is that he was having problems with his heart or something, and they took that vein out of his leg and gave him that, like, I don't know what you call them, like prosthetic veins, whatever.
Yeah.
They put that prosthetic vein in his leg, and then I don't know, he just kind of went downhill from there. And then him and Becky split up, and it was like,
Does he have
Yeah.
that? Does he have that congestive heart failure?
yeah,
They did like a bypass.
he did. He had one. He had one procedure done, and then they did something else, and then he just went, I don't know, he went downhill. He went into the hospital. They weren't expecting it to be all like it is now, but
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
you remember Stacy? She had that problem. She had the congestive heart failure and stuff, and that just
Right.
and went down really fast.
Yeah, it just and Kevin was depressed. You know how he was, James. He was always depressed and stuff, and but he loved Jeremiah, even though Jeremiah is not biologically his. He raised that baby,
Right.
and they shouldn't be shutting Jeremiah out.
That's true.
That's just not cool. Like that ain't even right. Like if something was to happen to you, heaven forbid, you think for 1 minute that I would have them stop your son from being in there with you?
Well, no.
Absolutely not. It'd be over my dead body. I mean, absolutely not. There's no way. I don't care.
It's sad, but now the family has got to make a decision,
Right, but Becky's not in a position herself, health-wise, to battle them.
Right.
It's like, she just had half her foot cut off, so.
Yeah, I know. Lord, look what she's dealt with over the last few years. Her dad and then her brother, and
Yeah, I know she lost her brother, her dad. And don't ask me what her crazy sister's doing.
Who knows? I haven't talked to her in forever.
Yeah, she's probably up some Nashville somewhere, doped up. And
Wow.
That's sad. It's sad, but it's true. I just got back. I had to go and take Uncle Ricky to JPS.
Yeah.
It got weird today. The cops, I had parked to go to the bathroom. And like I live we live out here in the country, so I'm used to this little small town right now, not living in the city anymore. And cops come up to the car and the guy's like, have you seen a guy running around here covered in blood? And I was like, what? I was like, that was random. No. He goes,
wow.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, have you seen a guy? He goes, I'm sorry, it's a weird question. I said, no, it's kind of not weird because this is Fort Worth and this is JPS. So it's a county hospital. It's to be expected.
Hold on 1 second. I'll get it real quick. Okay, sorry. I had to tell everybody it was bedtime.
So then it was like, so I left from there. I went to the restroom. Everything was, I was like kind of already weirded out. You know me. So I get in the car and I go over and I park in the garage. So I call my uncle and I'm like, hey, I'm thirsty. I'm sitting out here. He's like, come in here and get some money and go to the McDonald's, blah, blah, blah. So I go to the McDonald's and I get my food. I take him his and I come back and sit down and eat. And this man was, I don't know what he was on, but it was good. He was over there. He was over there talking about McDonald's being a conspiracy, talking to the devil. Yeah, he was talking to the devil himself. When he wheeled out of there, he screamed out gangster shit. I was like, what the hell? And this nurse walked by me and he's just laughing, and I just looked at the nurse and smiled, shook my head. I was like, oh my God, let me get home.
I don't know for sure, but that sounds like something that that one of the latest thing that's popular going around. I think they call it gravel.
He said something like that.
Yeah, it's related to bath salts.
But he was in a wheelchair and he was making all kinds of like beeping noises with his mouth. Like, I don't know, like it was weird. Like
It's
he was,
related to bath salts.
I don't know about all that, but
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Lord.
What
said,
they call
Lord-
gravel is related to bath salts. Look it up. It's kind of the latest thing that's going around for drugs.
I said, Lord, let me please get home. Let me make it home. Let me get out of here. Let me get my food. Let me get out of here. And then I was like mad because I went back up there to get my cup refilled. You know, they would charge me 75 cents for a refill on Dr. Pepper. Like, for real?
Oh, hi, Betty Boop.
I like to
I
lost
bet,
it. I said,
yeah, I talked to Mason the other night. We sat and talked on the phone. I guess probably about 4 hours.
he said y'all did. I was out there today, but he talked to me last night and told me that he talked to you.
That's
He wants to
crazy.
go up there. He wants to go up there, but he can't get an ID right now. And I'll message you that reason why later. Yeah, he can't get an ID right now because he's still not 18, and I can't get mine done, so it's a mess. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't think he has to have one if somebody's buying the ticket for him.
I don't know how Jesse done it.
Yeah, I don't know how all that works.
I don't either. I haven't talked to Jesse in a while, and
I haven't gone Greyhound in a while. It's changed now. It's not the same as before.
I haven't even heard that name in ages. Greyhound.
But
The Greyhound bus.
is that down? Greyhound bus? That's ghetto, man. That's back in the day.
Yeah.
have you
I
seen
didn't
their
even
new
know.
buses though? They got some nice new buses though. At
I
least they
didn't
look
even know
nice
they
on the
were still in
outside.
business.
Oh yeah, they're still in business.
Jeez.
Yeah, I saw one today coming from Weatherford when I was coming home. I was like, hey, look there's Greyhound. Why it was all the way over here, I don't know, but yeah. We're like in the middle of nowhere.
They're just very limited to where they run to nowadays.
Mhm. My family had a really, really, really old school bus that we converted into a camper.
I converted something into a camper once.
Oh, we got to see a glimpse of him.
Oh hell,
We
y'all don't
probably
want to look at
converted
my
a
ugly
little
mug. Look,
The ghost is there.
yeah, I could turn that thing down a little bit. See it don't last long.
I'm surprised what happened? Why is that not on?
I don't
It's
know until I
because
can
I'm
reach
too
the
close to
TV.
this fluorescent lamp.
No, he didn't this last time, remember? Because we ended up, well, no. Go ahead and put your
Your
order in.
daughters are crazy. You know it.
Which
Your
daughters?
daughters, Kelsey and them, and Emily, they're crazy.
Why?
Just trust me when I tell you, they're crazy. I'm not going to rat them out, but they're just crazy.
Oh, so you're not going to snitch. I'm the mama.
That's it.
You're not gonna
Another
snitch.
Joe or one? Cam on. I'll go Cam on.
You're not going to snitch on them. So what'd they do?
They didn't do anything. I just said they're crazy.
Liar, liar, liar. I know. I stopped there today after I dropped Rick off and had to have a conversation with Emily because she don't know how to
Uh-oh.
control her. She don't know how to control her temper.
Oh no.
And then she rolled her eyes at me, and then it was on like Donkey Kong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't
I can't stand
like
that little pink light flashing across there.
What's wrong with your stuff there? Why is it blinking like that?
Because of the fluorescent light that I have over here.
Oh,
Because UV is his camera's picking up the UV for some reason in his light.
Yeah. Leave it to
Yeah,
Google to look something up.
yeah. Granny called me and was like, she said, which one of these? She goes, I asked everybody. Grayson said she didn't do it. Emily said she didn't do it. Mason said he didn't do it. Kelsey said she didn't do it. one of them kiddos put toothpaste in the toilet.
You lagged there for a
And
second. I didn't catch a word you said.
one of the kids put toothpaste in the toilet.
Oh,
Yeah. Don't know which one did it, but it happened. They all said they didn't do it. So I told Granny, I was like, just blame it on me. I did it. She goes, I called to ask you if you did it. I was like, why would I do that? What
Mr.
purpose?
Nobody did it.
What purpose would I have to put tooth? I wanted the toilet to be minty fresh. I don't know. I was like, what the heck?
Well, your
Okay.
toilet's clean now.
But
yeah,
I was
that's
just
good.
laughing.
You wanted to brush the toilet's tooth.
Yeah.
I know why it was. It was because I work at Burger King making payments Whoppers. Would you like an
Oh,
apple
my
pie with that?
James.
We talked about him one night. That dude, I'll delete your Colonel 32.
Yeah, like, I'm going to roll up in your yard with all my bikes. He said, bikes. I was like, what do you mean, bicycles? I'm going to put my trike in your yard. Okay.
That's great.
And could you imagine him trying to delete your Colonel 32?
Yeah.
How's that
He could-
happening?
He couldn't delete his trash, let alone somebody's files.
I was like, this man is crazy. He was on that stuff.
Yeah, he was on some stuffs, all right.
But no, I had to take Rick down there because he has, they had to do I think, 2 or 3 different kinds of scans today. So I'm not sure. I guess they're checking him for prostate
So
cancer.
is Kelsey's boyfriend still in jail?
What?
Is Kelsey's boyfriend still in jail?
He's not in jail. His dad put him in a mental place or something. I don't know.
Oh.
That's what I was told. So you might have been
I-
told something different.
Might as well be jail.
Yeah, you might have been told something different.
Well, I know that's where Jerry is.
Yeah, 2 of the watermelon too.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do what?
Oh, I was. Do what now?
What'd you say?
Oh, she asked me, did I want 2 of the strawberry lemonades, and I was like, yeah, and I wanted 2 watermelons too.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute. What? I just said I said I knew Jerry was in jail, and then you said something about watermelon. I was like, what?
No, yeah, he's still in jail.
He's gonna be there for a while, huh?
Well, I don't know. And I don't know where he's gonna go when he gets out, but that's his issue, not mine.
That's a him problem, not a you problem.
Exactly. Yeah, I told him before he left the house that I felt like he shouldn't go because I felt like something bad was going to happen. And they called me, and sure enough, they had ran out of gas, and cops hemmed them up, and all that happened. And George is going away for a long time for sure. But I don't know. George signed an affidavit, something stating that everything was his. They may drop the charges against Jerry, but even if they do, the state may still pick it up because this is Texas. And he has priors. So if you have a prior, they frown on that. So it doesn't matter either way. He can't come home because there's no home for him to come home to for him anyway.
Right.
Yeah. He called me, and I told him, I reassured him every time that he's called me, you do know that you can't come back home. And this ship has sailed. And he's all like, oh, I love you. I'm sorry. And yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, it's always the same. I love you until the next time and the next time. And yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I just, I put my foot down, and yeah,
That's a lot of foot to be putting down.
Yeah. And I told him, like, you know, I wish you nothing but the best, but
Damn,
you know,
Mason's hair has gotten so long.
yes, his hair is just like yours.
I know it. I seen it.
Absolutely. He has your hair color.
He looks like he was pulled right out of my ass. What are you talking about?
The thickness of his hair is like yours. His hair is so thick, but it's very pretty when he washes and dries it. It's
Yeah. You can definitely tell he's my child.
Yes, indeed. He is a mess. I pulled up there today, and I said, "What's all that mess you?" I had hemmed him up in the corner. I said, just playing with him, you know. I said, "What's all that mess she's talking on the phone to me about?" Huh, boy? He's like, "No, Mama, I wasn't." I said, "Yeah, okay. You talk all that mess, and then when I get here, you're like, be quiet."
Last time he got to cutting up, he said, "I don't know if I want to come up there or not." He goes, "You live over there in banjo country." He said, "They may not like me."
I like the banjo country.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Pardon me. I think I'm gonna back out. Nice chatting with you, James. Nice
Have a
meeting
good
you,
one, Rob.
Dawson.
You too.
I might just go back into chat.
Okay.
Banjo country.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's funny.
Crazy.
Like he never been to Tennessee before. He acts like he wasn't created there.
Then we got to talking about his SpongeBob and stuff.
Oh, we're still crazy. He's still crazy about SpongeBob. I am too.
He wore that one out.
Yeah. He watches it. He don't watch it.
Goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah.
Yeah, he still watches it from time to time, but not all the time. Silly kid.
Like I told somebody the other day when they brought up something, I said, "Well, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem."
Right. But he's supposed to. I'm waiting on the homeschooling. Oh, they were supposed to send me the stuff already. They haven't, and they were supposed to start sending his computer and all that for that. And I don't know. The lady said that if they drew his name, some kind of type of lottery thing, if they draw his name, then he would probably could start in like March or May. I mean May. Yeah, May. And then, or he would have to wait till August before he could start that. But
What?
I didn't. The principal called me and told me that they love having him at school, but they know that he was having issues and that he thought homeschooling would be good for him. So it is what it is.
Well, he could probably just take his GED.
That's what I think too. I mean,
And you know, if he applies himself, and he can just take his GED and.
Please tell me you put Dr. Pepper's on there and the strawberry. Regular strawberry? No, the strawberry and cream. Get you some of the zero and then get some of the regular.
Oh, you talking about that new Dr. Pepper?
Yes, it's so good. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't be drinking it because actually I've been doing really good. I've lost, since I haven't been having to deal with him and, you know, eating healthy. So I've lost well over 60 pounds. So
Well, that's
a good thing. Yeah, my blood sugars are down. I'm not super super duper high anymore. Like I'm in the lower twos now instead of
I've
like
lost, I've
fours,
lost
fives.
a lot of weight too. I'm
Well,
now
it's
down.
good.
I am now down to 245 pounds.
Oh wow.
Yep.
You were like
I
a
was
little
up
less
there.
than that when I met you.
Well,
When I first met you, you were 200 and
I was about
something like that.
225. And that now,
Yeah.
oh, I got big there for a little while. I was almost 400 pounds. I've
That's
lost
tough.
almost. I've
I was
I've
too.
lost.
I can't say anything about it. I was too.
I've lost almost 2 humans, man. That's crazy, you know.
Hmm. I know. I was depressed and just, yeah, I was in a bad place. But what?
It's amazing how your mental health will make you.
Well, I'll just get it from the store when, yeah. It will. It does affect you quite a bit.
It does.
Well, and
It
I
really
lost my
does.
brother, I just lost my brother and I just lost myself. Like I couldn't even function or wrap my head around him dying like that, just going to sleep and just leaving us. Like, I don't
Well, you know,
know.
I can't get over this thing with Kevin. You know, and just
I
I can't
know
even.
that
I just don't.
I know him and Becky didn't always see eye to eye, and I know that me and Kevin didn't always see eye to eye. But I don't wish I don't want nothing to happen to him.
Right.
And Becky's the same way. She feels the same way. She don't want nothing to happen to him because he's Jeremiah's dad, and he needs, Jeremiah needs him.
Well,
But
unfortunately, whether or not we what we want don't really play into that factor. You know.
I know it don't, because if God's ready for us, He's going to take us no matter what.
When it's your time, it's your time, and that's just the way it is.
Yep. How's your dad?
He's doing better. They took the port out, and he's having to go get vitamin shots and stuff, and they're checking him pretty regularly with about his lungs. You know, the bottom half of his lungs had collapsed, and
So
they're
is he
checking
on
on
like?
his heart. And he's got in-home health care coming in and checking on him, and I'm just afraid that without a vehicle and a way to go, that he may just give up. You know.
Hopefully not. Do they have him on oxygen and stuff, or I mean, is he
No,
on?
he's just doing those breathing exercises
Huh?
and stuff.
But the oxygen would help him. I mean, if he needed it, but it'd be a little
Well,
extra.
he needs to go and get that CPAP machine. That'll help him. And then, of course, he's got congestive heart failure too and stuff. It's just,
Yeah. Well, he's getting on up there too.
yeah, he just turned 71.
God, has it been that long?
Yeah, I know it
Wow.
don't seem like it.
No, it doesn't. Like, how old is our kid? 17 years?
Yeah,
That's a long time.
but it's just like, you never know about things, man.
No.
You know?
That's why, like, I told Mason, like, if something was, heaven forbid, something was to happen to you, that, that wouldn't be an issue. He wouldn't have to worry that, I would do what I could to make sure that he was there for you, to be there with you. That would just, I couldn't imagine keeping my son away from his dying father or mother or whatever situation.
Well, that's the same way with like Jesse. He doesn't get the big picture. He just, and he's all about himself. And unfortunately, a lot of children are that way nowadays.
Well, he
It's
is also, he wasn't raised with that He wasn't raised like Mason, because me and her are two different people. But he was not raised with that that sternness that he really needed.
Well, she's babied him all of his life and gave him everything that he wanted, and
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that didn't help him none.
no, absolutely didn't help him none. And then when her man tried to get on to him or say something, he'd run and play one against the other, and that happens, a lot.
It does, and you can't. But that kids do things like that because they know that they can get over that way.
Oh,
But-
sure.
Even my kids do that. I mean, the girl Emily does. She would do that with her daddy. He'd say no, and I'd say yeah, but I didn't know that he said no, and think it, and it causes an argument. It's like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
well, here we go.
They definitely play one against another. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
Don't it, honey?
What?
Kids play one another against each other.
Oh yeah.
Mason's mom was up here. Rob just left a while ago, and that one of my wrestling buddies, Southern Chaos, he's on life support.
Oh no.
And they're preventing his wife and his child from coming up there and seeing him. Even though they're separated,
Even though,
they're married, you know what I mean? And his family is not allowing it, and that, which is bullshit. 'Cause he loves that little boy. That's what she was just saying, that she would stop Mason from coming up. Nobody else would either, and that.
Right.
Strawberry lemonade.
Rob was in here.
She likes strawberry.
Rob was sick. Oh yeah, he had a tooth break off and it got him.
My Dr. Pepper, so I'm getting.
oh gosh, I've had a toothache for 2 days now.
Hi, Charlie.
And that Arizona.
Come on, you can get up here. You gonna get up here?
My monsters.
Don't step on my feet, boy. Oh goodness. What do you? Oh, you want to come in here and lay on the air conditioner? Yeah, I turned it on. It's hot.
My tea is like warm.
You had
Couple things for
she didn't know how to tell me, and then I just put string card in there. Like I
I
said,
didn't get
Rob.
anything that requires the other.
I didn't know Miss Tracy and them were live earlier. They were doing some kind of a tribute or something. Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Hey James, you want to see the dragon?
I'm getting some bananas.
A dragon.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I got a German Shepherd in my face. Oh look, Mary. Let me see if I can get it. Let me do a full screen here. Hold on a second, big guy. He's not gonna.
Getting some more of the 100% beef shake bear.
A new station alert has arrived.
Oh,
I know y'all like that.
he's pawing you, honey.
I know. I just took him out a little bit ago.
Well, no, don't.
You can take him out. Really? Look at him paw at you. He's like, no, come sit with Dad. Mom, come sit with Dad. I said, Mom, come sit with Dad. Oh,
That's Copper. He's a bearded
Huh?
dragon.
a bearded
That's Copper,
dragon?
he's a bearded dragon. Yeah. He's Amy's baby.
Oh,
Cool.
He's a 3-legged bearded dragon, but he gets around pretty good.
you want to see what I got laying here? I don't know. He's not gonna.
Get up here.
Oh, he got you with that big old foot. About to knock you down.
Yep. Charlie,
He said, what?
come on. Get up. Big ogre.
He said, I'll just push you over. It's a German Shepherd.
Oh yeah,
Charlie.
and she just got her a Great Dane pup.
Look at him. Oh, look at him.
Oh.
Oh, look at that big boy, huh? Look at that
Ain't he
big.
cute?
Oh, he's a hoss.
Pupper dog.
I know. I love you too. I love you too. My God, he just licked me from ear to ear. Doggy slide.
Oh, you've been doggy attacked.
I've been dog piled. Oh my goodness. I love you too.
Literally dog piled.
Oh my goodness. Okay, big guy.
You done knocked your hat off and everything.
Oh yeah. Rob's laughing. I mean, what can you do? He's almost 155 pounds.
He's a big old baby.
Oh God, he got me from lip to ear. I got dog tongue everywhere.
How'd you like that
Both
bath?
sides of my head's wet from him now.
Yeah.
I
How'd you
love you
like
too.
that
Big
bath?
guy. I love you too. I love you too, big boy. All right, easy there. Easy. I'm not playing with you, you big turd. I'm not playing with you. Okay, well, I'm not playing with you. Stop it. Stop it. Go on. Go on. I'm not playing with you. It's not playtime. It is not playtime.
Yeah.
Go get Mama. Go get her.
She got a Great Dane pup, and we tell her all the time it's not playtime. She thinks it's playtime all the time.
My goodness. Mr. Wilson, I got him about a week ago. In case you want to join us, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I got him about a week ago. My daughter brought him over here to me. I know. No, you going to kiss me again? No, I don't blame you. I wouldn't kiss me either.
Which daughter brought him to you?
Alyssa.
Oh, yeah. How's she doing? How's her grandbaby?
Oh, that grandbaby is great. Me and Mary went to the park with her today and the other grandkids and played and got to watch them play on the slide. And
Aww.
it was just a good day. Just a good day. I love when you can spend time with grandbabies.
Yeah.
Shoot, if I'd known grandbabies were such fun, I'd had them first.
Right?
Look,
yeah,
he's
no,
back.
that would have been impossible, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's back. If I ignore him, he'll take that paw and he'll put it on my shoulder. Oh,
I told your son, I told your son he's gonna have me some grandbabies.
He is a big one compared to Little Bit. He'll make six a Little Bit. What?
Yeah, he said, Mom, I don't even like kids. He said, I will take everybody's kids, spoil them, and send them home.
Oh my God, you big joker, you. Oh, what are you doing? Oh.
Like, I'm gonna lick your nose and ear and beard. And...
Oh, I know. I love you too, you big horse. Look, you're messing up my hair, my ears, and everything else. Yes, you are. You're messing up my hair and ears and everything else. You're showing out. It's what you're doing.
But yeah, that's the deal with Kevin. I don't know. It's kind of
a little bit of a smack. Yeah. Yeah, but he don't hurt.
Gone. I thought he was way Becky was talking. I thought he was gone already. Like, and she's like, no, but he's close.
Yeah, she told me he was on life support. She told me that earlier today.
Lots of prayers. Maybe he'll pull through it. I don't know, but this time it don't look as good as the time before. So
I got tired of seeing that pink stuff.
This ain't the first time he's been on life support.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's been on it before, but not this bad. So I don't know. It's just gonna be.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry to hear that. Got all that rain stuff. Why don't you go downstairs with Mama? Go get Mama. Go get her. Go get her. Mama needs you downstairs. She's calling you. Charlie. See, she's calling you. Go. He said, yeah, right. I know better than that.
They'll keep all them storms up there. We done had ours.
What? I love you too, big guy. I know. I love you too. I love you too. I know. I love you too. You're such a big boy. Yes, you are. You're such a big boy. Yeah. What are you doing? You goofball. Would you leave my ears alone? Leave my ears alone. Get out. Knock it off.
Eat him up.
9.
He's like, no.
Yeah, I thought you understood. He understands a little German. He's a German Shepherd.
German.
He's supposed to. Huh?
A little German?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I know. What's my vape go?
Well, I'll tell you what, I feel sorry for somebody if they came in here. You know it?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Probably scare them to death.
Yeah. Look, he's 8 months old right now, and he already weighs 125 pounds. Can you imagine what he's going to be when he gets full grown?
She's a horse.
Oh, yeah, he's already a horse.
Just like Amy's, hers is going to be a horse. She's got a Great Dane pup, so yeah, she's going to be wider and all outside. Well, that tasted weird.
He would lick them to death, Mr. Wilson said. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That's why German Shepherds make good police dogs and service dogs and stuff, man. They're just such big. He's a good
So, like,
boy.
he don't bite. He don't bite.
Huh?
He's always got blood. He don't bite. He's always got blood on his teeth.
Yeah. Just cause he got blood on his teeth don't mean he'd bite you. That was from the steak he ate or the person. I don't know which. You came in here to get under the air conditioner since it was so hot here today, huh? We had to turn the air conditioner on, huh, big boy?
Yes, it did get hot today. 80. It was 83 to here today.
What's up, Indiana? How are you doing, buddy? Hi. All right, now stop. I've had enough. That's enough. I love you too. You ain't got to be the center of attention. You want to be center of attention, go downstairs.
She says no. Wants to lick you.
No, we're over that licking thing.
I got a tattoo to do Friday. It is not going to be fun.
Hey,
What's going
Nightmare.
on, man?
I need to talk to you, man, but not on live.
Yeah, I see they moved them to.
Yeah, it's more complicated than that. So
Uh-oh.
that's why I don't want to do it on live.
I understand.
Yeah. Is there any way that you can maybe like put it on? Here, I'll do it on the I'll put my number on the chat, or not on the chat of the where only
Yeah,
you
I
can
know what
see
you
it.
meant.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can give me a call sometime.
Okay.
then I'll update you on some things. Okay.
All right.
Copper.
Yeah, I was wondering.
So,
I caught Chili's live last night for a little while.
Yeah. So
I was like, you're a little lizard.
there's too many trolls out there and everything. I'm just trying. I don't want to give out any information. So
Yeah, I know, and that's sad, you know.
Yeah, it is. They kind of tried to ruin everything with the hotel, and
Oh, I know. I heard about that, and then tried to say that it was me and you that called.
oh yeah, and they even did it worse. They you know how they were so stressed out. You know, they had to give out their numbers instantly because the cops were taking them. And one of the trolls, well, they've been harassing his mother, and
That's
one of them even pretended to be trying to help them out, saying that they were from a church, and she actually fell for it for a little bit, and then at the end just laughed at her, said, "Ha ha ha, I got you."
and see, and then that was the excuse of some of the trolls, you know, that they wanted best what was best for that little girl and everything, and the little girl and his mother, you know, are innocent in this whole thing, but yet they're harassing the mother. That makes no freaking sense.
I know. And that's another thing, you know, they think that that's best for the little girl. I'm sorry, but I have a nephew, and they spoiled the fuck out of him. And you know, and then I know from my exes and all that stuff like that, they spoil their kids, and every time they go to a store, they have to buy them another toy and all that stuff. They're never happy enough. They were living in a single bedroom, and that girl, she's always happy as long as she's with her parents.
All right.
But yeah, if you can give me a call
Well, you know,
sometime.
like I said before, you know, the little girl is innocent. She can't help what has happened with her parents. She didn't, you know what I mean?
Exactly, I know.
And
I never
anytime,
spoke a kid.
you know, you can't punish the child for something the adults do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And they made some bad choices. That don't make them bad people. They just made some bad choices.
I know.
Good, you know, uh, what I think a lot of people had problems with, and a lot of the reason, you know, was the video that came out with the little girl, which
I
you
know. I know.
and that's why they trolled him so hard, you know, and then him asking for money all the time, and
Yeah, I
that. But
understand.
you know what? I'd not, I'd not rather see somebody beg for money than going and robbing places. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Time people want to help him, that's fine. But you know,
Exactly. You can beg for money as much as you want. And if people want to donate, that's their money, you know?
I can't do that. Oh my gosh, I can't beg somebody for money. I got pride.
no, you
And
just
my
go stand
pride
on the
is,
street corner, you
Well,
hooker.
if
what'd you
you
say?
if
I,
you watch that
Don't let
last
me
live,
smack you through the camera.
if you were watching that last live when he was asking for money, and I've never seen him do that.
Oh, I don't know.
He was in tears, you know? He doesn't want to do this.
well,
But after the Thorogood thing, they were trespassed from every single grocery store, every place.
it's a
And
case of
after that girl spit in his face, they got trespassed from
Oh,
the
hell no.
shelter.
Oh, you lost me at spit in the face.
yeah, she did. It's a case of
Oh,
system failing. You know, like I've said before. And
Yeah,
instead of the helping, you know, the family like human services or some kind of a program, you know, where they could teach them, you know, because they are recovering addicts, you know, and they do need to learn skills, you know, to better parent the child. Not saying they're bad parents. That's not what I'm saying.
well,
I even had to take classes to learn, you know, different new skills and new things like that. And that, you know, everybody needs some kind of a management. I'm not saying everybody. Some people do,
yeah, I
because
know.
when you've been in that kind of mindset for so long, you have to reprogram yourself.
I know. And
yeah.
I was just trying to help them out, you know, and then they started trolling me. I'm a nobody when it's on when it comes to YouTube. I'm a nobody, you know. Nobody's ever heard of me before, you know. And then they start giving me all this crap, so I
But
just ignore them.
it's just like Chili said. You know, there's people that get their jollies off of other people's pain and suffering,
Yeah,
and they're not happy unless they are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
It's either that they're like pure evil, or their lives are so shitty it makes them feel better to do that to other people.
And
But but like for his mother, for example, she has cancer, is almost died, and can barely do anything, and they're harassing and threatening her.
yeah, it's horrible that they're picking on an older lady like that for no reason, who hasn't done anything but take that little girl when she needed to, give her a place to stay, and try to take care of that little girl. You know what I mean? She's not responsible for what her children do. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for my grown kids. I can't make my grown kids do anything.
I know.
She can't make her grown kids do anything. But
I
so the
couldn't
little
even make your grown kid do anything.
but instead of letting the child go into custody and all that stuff, and that, she stepped up and said, "Hey, I'll take the baby and everything, and give her a place until mom and daddy can get straightened out." But now they're wanting to fuck with her, and there's no reason for that. Leave her
Yeah.
alone.
And everybody says that she would be better off without them, but I completely disagree, because there are so many people out there that abuse the foster system. They'll get 10 kids,
At the door
put them all in one room just for the money,
Yep.
or they'll use them to abuse them or molest them and stuff like that. I'm not
Go
saying
have big down in here.
I'm not saying there aren't good
I need
foster
some more of
parents out
that.
there, but it's
Please, sir.
it's sad, It truly is. It's really is sad.
It is.
Go rob your brother and get me
Well,
some.
That's what I was touching on earlier. How the system fails people.
And
In 2017, I was a witness to a horrific incident, and I went and asked for the public records for the incident, and the sheriff's department where it happened replied back to me today, telling me they want me to pay them $3,200 for the records.
are you shitting me?
No, I'll show you the email, brother.
You don't have to.
Are these records wrapped in gold?
That's what I said.
I believe you, man.
And
See, that's another thing about me. If you say something,
Like somebody's got $3,000 laying around. Like, really?
if I know you're not a troll or something like that, and I know you're not, you don't have to show me proof.
well, and they said there was over, I think, 2,900 pictures of the incident that happened and everything, the scene and that, and all the phone calls and everything, and just tons of paperwork and stuff. Well, listen, I get that, okay, but you don't have. But most of it was because the state employee, they wanted me to pay the state employee to do their job. They wanted me to pay the state employee $25 an hour to go through these records.
That's sad.
It's in writing. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you a bit.
Did you ask them if they woke up and ate a bowl of stupid?
That's just really sad, man.
Yeah,
I said, well, I don't need all the paper records and all that stuff. Basically, what I want from that incident and everything is the video of the incident that happened.
Yeah.
From the business, where I know they took it into evidence. I want that video.
Yeah.
And the reason being, I have let's see, that happened in 2017 or 18. I don't remember. I have it wrote down. That happened February the 17th, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is the last year in case I want to sue.
Yeah.
And I think I have 5 years according to the state law. I suffered from that, man. That was very traumatic for me. You know, I watched a man lose his life. I watched 4 police officers put 62 rounds into an individual. 62 rounds with AR-15s.
Wow.
That's crazy.
62 rounds. When the first shot actually killed him from the officer that was outside the vehicle. I watched this man get the side of his I don't hate the police. I'm not saying that. Yeah, and close to losing mine as well. Absolutely, Mr. Wilson.
And when it comes back to Jeremiah and Samantha, I know it was at first, I thought it was a troll that did it, but I found out a lot of information because me, Gloria, and someone else who I don't know if he wants to be mentioned or not, so I'm just going to keep it that way. We've been working, behind the scenes, and people don't realize how much work that we're trying to do behind the scenes. All they do is they see the video. And things that I've learned is that it had to be, if you put all the dots, if you connect all the dots, it had to be Thorogood that's doing this.
Well, and it's funny because...
Yeah, because to extradite them that fast, it usually takes like 30 days for an extradition, right?
Well, they could waive the extradition,
but they didn't. That's the point.
Yeah.
And Kentucky,
and then she had a bond, and now she don't have a bond. I mean, she still has that bond, but now they're holding her on 2 charges with no bonds.
Well, that's why I wanted you to call me, because there's kind of an update on that. So, I mean, and I don't want other people to know.
Right.
James, on what Rob said about, was he AKA Chaos? I'm not finding a Southern Chaos. I will send you a link that Paul posted, and you can send it to him, and then he can go view Chaos.
Yeah, just a few minutes difference. You're right, Mr. Wilson, and it was hard. And like I said, I don't hate police. I don't have a disdain for law enforcement. I have a disdain for things like this. You ask for something simple, and you're there. I'm supposed to be the victim twice. I can't even get the records and information, and then they wonder why attorney fees and things like that are so high. Can you imagine an attorney having to pay $3,200 to get all that information? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then the attorney charges you like 3 times what they had to pay.
Yep. Like that one attorney said, by the time a lawsuit goes into court and everything, the attorney fees, guys, not the settlement, but the attorney fees are already over at 3 figures, over $100,000.
Yeah. And Kentucky, when it goes back to Jeremiah and Samantha, I'm sorry to interrupt your part, but I found out that the governor or the lieutenant governor has to sign for that extradition. So the only person that could have done that, he works for the TBI now, Thorogood. And he is the only person that can lose anything, because Jeremiah was saying that he still wanted to prosecute him. He could have lost his penalty or his pension and all that stuff, and we just need to get Jeremiah out right now, you know, and Samantha. So I mean, it's just, but yeah. So I'm gonna get off right here, and when you're done with your live, give me a call, okay?
Yeah. When I end it, just click back on the link and you can come in and it's private. They won't be live then. You can just click back in and I'll stick around and you can just click back into the room.
Well, I'm not sure if Gloria is trying to get in contact with Chili right now, and she's probably on the phone with some other people, and then I don't know if I'll be on the phone with them or if I'm going to be on the phone with Mary, which is Jeremiah's mom. I don't know. So
Right.
If I can't come back on here, then give me a call, okay? But I'll
Okay.
try that. Okay?
Okay, bud.
All right, take care.
You too, man. What's up, KS? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's just it's crazy that you know these are supposed to be public records, but we're supposed to be made to pay for this or whatever.
Yeah, and you have to pay for every sheet of paper. They charge
Yeah.
you for the paper.
Yeah. It's crazy. Something like 20 cents a copy. And then 15 cents if it's on a hard CD.
That's crazy.
Who the hell uses CDs nowadays?
Right?
I said, who the hell uses? I mean, it's nuts. You can just put it on a flash drive. I mean, they're cheap. Hell, I'll send them
Nobody-
one. I've got a drawer full of them.
Nobody's using CDs anymore. Yeah, you don't even buy movies on DVD. I know they sell them, but nobody's buying DVDs.
Right?
You got Disney, you got Netflix, you got Hulu, you got all that other stuff. You don't
You
have
can
to
get
do
everything
that
right on the internet. You know, even movies that you know you can get it right on the internet.
Yeah, remember LimeWire?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Not a whole lot. That's weird. They're charging you almost $3,000 for like 2,900 pages, and I only had to pay 112 for 379, and like $10 for an hour of research.
Yeah. It's just amazing. And you know, he was talking about Kentucky or whatever. That's what I call a communist state. And those Commonwealth states, man, they make up their own laws, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know about the incident, so maybe it's some things are better left unsaid. But
I'm gonna show y'all something. All right, let me get this back over here. There you go. I don't probably can't see that, but it says, please be advised that this is the first request that we have received from you, which it's not. They didn't get the other one for some reason or other. A request this size will require an invoice and payment prior to any documents, audio, or video being pulled, reviewed, and redacted. Please be advised that the size of a request will not be sent in PDF, as it will be extremely large in size. There is over 2,900 photographs alone, which is an extremely large file. Therefore, you would need to provide an address for the documents, items to be mailed to you, or if you would like to pick them up in person. Please be also advised that this is per FSS 119. We do charge fees for the items being requested and the extent of research needed, which you will be invoiced for after some clarification. Our fees are as follows. The photographs are $1 each. Get this, guys. So they want me to pay them $2,900 for all the photographs. Hard copies of any documents are 20 cents double-sided each, or 15 cents for single-sided each. A CD is $5 each. Our hourly rate is $25.77 an hour and $12.89 half hour. And on audio and video calls are $20 each. Just a rough estimate of what you have requested so far would be, let me underline this, guys, approximately $3,200. If you wish to proceed with exactly as you have stated, we will generate an invoice and send it to you for the exact amount, which is stated previously in this letter, will not be started until payment is made. And then it gives the clerk and everything, down here at the bottom. Records clerk, where it all happened and all that stuff. Can you just imagine that?
Yeah, I would check with the state on the fee schedule.
Did that say Florida? That's when you were in Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the sheriff's department didn't even handle the investigation. Florida Department of Law Enforcement handled the shooting because it was an officer shooting. I sent a records request asking for the same thing from them. And you know what they told me? It'll take us up to 30 days to get everything done.
Wow.
They didn't say I would have to have any fees or anything like that, which I'm sure they have the same information because they have to pass it on to the sheriff's department to know how to discipline the officers per their finding. So, it's just a little crazy that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I get that they're not going to give me the officers' addresses and all that stuff and blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Not that you would have any use for that really anyway.
And why would I need to know exactly every damn call that happened that night or whatever? You know what I mean? I don't understand how's that relevant unless we're in court, which if I was going to take them to court and everything, my attorney could get any of that information anyhow.
It almost sounds like they're just trying to railroad you so you don't look into it.
So
Yeah,
I responded back to them and asked them if I could just have video. And I don't think if they could just get the video part for me, which, under the Freedom of Information Act, that's public record. They cannot stop you. I can come right down there. They have to pull it up and I can view it right there and make copies of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how it's a big deal to put that in a PDF form, which we all know video can be done that way and at any time. It's not hard to do. Matter of fact, you can put it on a shareable link, Same thing with the public records. They ain't even got to make copies of it and that. So it's a bunch of BS.
Sounds like to me they're just trying to scoop you into something and.
Well, yeah, they're violating my rights. Basically, what it amounts to.
I would send that email over to the Attorney General's office of Florida and file a complaint on it and see what that comes back as.
And under Florida state statute and everything, I'm a victim. I was a victim of a violent crime. You know what I'm saying? The man that tried to pull up there while I was at my place of work His wife was at a place of work. He tried to come up there and commit bodily harm to her and everything. And it's not my fault. I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't make him mad. You know what I'm saying? My boss didn't make him mad. It's not my fault that his old lady was a cheating hoe.
She was 50 cents.
And, you know, the guy that lost his life that day, he was a veteran. He suffered from PTSD, but she knew what she was doing when on Valentine's Day, she went into his place of employment and everything and flaunted her new man right in front of him. So basically, she contracted the police to kill her husband. And the reason I say that, because during the investigation, I know some of y'all wasn't here when I said this earlier, while her husband was laying out there covered up with a white sheet, laying on the concrete and everything while the police done their investigation and that, guess what his cheating wife was doing? She was over there flirting with the cop, got his phone number, and became pregnant by the same officer that was investigating the shooting.
Oh wow.
That should have raised red flags right there. Okay, your husband or ex-husband, whatever he was to her, just got killed by the police, and you're flirting with the cops. That's red flags. She should have been crying and yelling and screaming like, "Why'd you do this?" and all that.
She didn't shed a tear. Matter of fact, I witnessed it. She stood there inside the building, and that before they covered him up, they had that white like a room divider up, so nobody from the roadway could see what was going on. She stood there at the window with a smile on her face.
Oh, God.
Trash.
She should be at least charged with second-degree murder.
Oh yeah, she might as well have been the one that pulled the trigger. She was as guilty. She's guilty. She knew his mental capacity, and she broke that man. Okay, he was a veteran, and he'd seen horrible conflict. Yes, he was carrying a weapon. Okay, it doesn't excuse his actions, but she pushed him over the edge. She is, if at anything, guilty of involuntary manslaughter, if not murder, because she pushed him to that point.
Yeah.
And not only did I witness it that day, that young man's father and everything was less than 40 feet away from his son and watched him get filled with 62 bullets. 62 bullets, guys. Yes, he had a gun. Yeah. But when is it a thing to put 62 bullets into a human?
That is overkill.
With a man carrying a revolver. That's all he had.
62.
I'm not trying to justify it, but 62 shots.
One wasn't enough. 62.
Well, the first one,
that's overkill.
The first one got him. The video proves it. The first officer that fired a shot was using his service gun and was less than 3 feet away from him. Shot him through the driver's side window. The first shot ended the whole thing right there. There was no reason for the rest of the shots to be fired.
Well, sounds like to me the cops should be in trouble. That's like overkill. There was no reason for that.
It was definitely an overkill. And I think that's why they don't want me to have the video, because I'm going to show it and I'm going to prove it. There was
he in a white car?
It was there was no need in that. And if I hadn't had enough sense and enough thoughts to go in my place of employment with the people that were in there and his cheating wife, and that we wouldn't be having this conversation. If I had been where I was supposed to be, I'd have been gone. Because if I had been in my office where I was supposed to be, 3 rounds, and that's why it messed with me so bad. 3 rounds went right to where I was supposed to be standing. All three of them would have been fatal.
Glad that didn't happen, because they wouldn't have had just your family to deal with. They would have had to deal with me.
Well, you know as well as I, and that as long as you've known me and everything, I'm very resourceful. And you know, I was in a gaming establishment, which is like a casino. I was smart enough to put everybody in the vault area where it had thick walls and stuff, and got everybody down. And thank God the walls done their job that day. That's all I can say.
Yeah, because that would have been very bad. Very bad.
Now, get this. After they had taken care of the situation and knew that he was no longer a threat, let me tell you this. Do you know how long it took them before they came in the building? 4.5 minutes it took them before they come to check and see if anybody in the building was okay. 4.5 minutes. What if one of us had been hit?
They would have said, "Oh, it was a casualty."
It shouldn't even took them 1 minute.
I mean, and then people wonder why, you know, a lot of people have disdain. I'm not upset about what they done. He was a threat. They took care of the threat. But there was several factors to that caused that threat and everything. You know what I'm saying? That could have been avoided. And I told my boss, you know, that the man was jealous, because when I interviewed her for the job, he was calling, wanting to know who I was and why I had called his old lady and everything else and that. And, you know, he was a jealous man. She knew that. He suffered from PTSD. And you know, I appreciate his service. But it's crazy how the whole thing just played out, you know. A lot of people that are liable.
Mine.
Whose phone's ringing?
Mine.
Oh.
I'm not answering. So just enjoy listening to that for a minute.
I'm wondering if there's a way to sue the ex-wife.
Well, I probably could sue. I could probably sue her. His family probably could sue her for wrongful death. But what are you going to get out of somebody that don't have anything? So where does the liability fall back on? And if I sue his family, and that, what good's that going to do? The father witnessed the same thing that I did, and it was horrible. And the news media put it on news and everything on camera. This man's father kneeled on the ground crying for his son's life. They put it on the news. And do you know why did anybody need to see that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the man's already going to have to go through horrible nightmares and probably years of therapy and everything, and they paraded him on the news like he was some kind of a, you know what I mean?
It's for their own narrative, so they could twist it.
It wasn't the father's fault. He was just trying to save his son's life.
Crazy.
Let this train go by. And see, it didn't even have to get that far, because when they got the call that he was armed and looking and trying to get to his wife and everything, they chased him into another county and they called off the chase because it was too dangerous for public safety. Instead of doing their job and having roadblocks set up and everything, it was too dangerous for public safety. So we're just going to let an armed lunatic, okay, just run loose.
Honestly, in my opinion, they should have called a mental health professional with a negotiator and tried to find his cell number and had them call him and try to defuse the situation.
And not only that, here's where the law enforcement also failed too. And it was in a shopping, like a little plaza, you know what I'm talking about, where they have all like different businesses down there through there, where the game room was set up. And instead of blocking off the driveways, they put police cars in front of the buildings and everything and allowed this man to come barreling through down the road and everything and up into the parking lot, ramming into a patrol car and everything, instead of blocking the driveway. He would have never made it that far if they had blocked the driveway on each side of the gaming facility or the shopping plaza. He would have never made it to the parking lot.
Then I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. When they called, it messed up my phone.
Okay. I hear you.
Yeah, but it went quiet. Like I can hardly hear you.
Oh.
I don't know. The phone call messed up my phone.
Good old Facebook. You got to love it.
Yeah.
And it's the
I'll go out
bad
and come
side
back
of
in.
StreamYard's using a phone.
I mean, there was just a lot of things that happened that day that could have been avoided, in my opinion. And I think that's maybe poor training, or maybe it was just they didn't think about maybe blocking that off. Why wasn't there somebody there, knowing that he could possibly come back with spike strips, to stop to prevent? I just, there's so many questions, and that so many things that don't add up to that,
Honestly, I think police need a lot of more mental health training and understand those situations and try to work with people to calm them down.
Someone just got mad at me, but oh well.
And if you know you have an armed suspect trying to get to somebody, why are you gonna allow him to get that close? You know what I mean? Why wasn't that whole roadway blocked off on both ends of that intersection where he couldn't get that far? And you can't say that you don't have the resources. State police by that time, state police and everything else. It just don't make sense why they couldn't close that off to where he couldn't have made it that far down. We can take SWAT teams and raid houses in a matter of minutes, but we can't organize enough to shut down 3 roadways so he can't get in.
No, because they can't even organize enough to get in a school building where a young boy gets in there and shoots up and kills like 20 kids and teachers and everything. It took Uvalde here, where they had a school shooting here in Uvalde, and it took them over 20 minutes to get into the school building, there's a live shooter in the school building? No.
Is that the same one where the officer ran out of the school in fear of his life?
Uvalde.
It's-
The
Yes.
school resource officer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That was in Uvalde.
Yep.
Uvalde, Texas.
So instead of preventing loss of life and that, he was in fear for his own safety and ran out of the school.
Yep.
Officer safety first, guys. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so much more important than that there were 6-year-olds and 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds and 13-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds. I mean, and they were all little babies. I just don't, it's beyond me. I knew, actually friends with one of the guys that was, had to make the caskets for those babies. Absolutely devastating. I don't even understand it.
See, and that goes back to what I've said before. Laws for thee and not for me.
Yep.
But listen, if you're out somewhere and you walk up on a cop, that's the first thing they holler is officer safety. To hell with you. They don't care about you.
What's crazy, and like I told you earlier, the cop walked up to I literally just parked, walked up to my car window. Yes, he was coming my way. I wasn't expecting him to be that close to my window, and ask me what he asked me, but so I'm supposed to not, how am I supposed to respond to that? That's like okay.
But see, there is a prime example. There was no officer. He didn't have any fear of that of coming up to you and asking you. But if you had come up and asked him the same thing, he would have told you to step back for officer safety.
Yeah, but he was literally this close to my window. Like, hey,
Right.
did you
And
see?
he didn't
like,
come up to you
whoa.
and say, "Ma'am, I'm here to protect you. Have you seen an individual that could be dangerous?" You know what I mean?
No, he didn't
Instead,
say
he
nothing
just
about
wanted to know if you'd
protecting
seen
me.
him. To hell with whether you're safe or not.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing about protecting me. He said, "Have you?" He goes, "Sorry to bother you, but have you seen a man running around out here that covered in blood?" And I'm like, "No, and you're weird. Like you're this close to my car window. Like, what the heck? And why would you even ask me like that?" I mean, yes, it is a city hospital. It's a city hospital or county hospital, whatever. And weird things happen at county hospitals, as we know. But we're talking about Fort Worth. So, yeah, but he could have said, "Ma'am, for your protection, I'm asking you this question." You're right. He should have asked that.
All right.
I was like, no. But it's just like, I don't know. I don't understand all that. But, and when I walked into the hospital, because I had parked to go use the restroom over there, and he was in the bathroom. I'm like, really? You're out here, you're looking for this dude, but you're in the bathroom. Come on. Like, what the heck?
He was serving and protecting the bathroom.
Yeah. Before I got in it.
He wanted to make sure it was safe for you to go pee.
Yeah. I should have told him he needed to go get him some Pepto, because, yeah, you know me, I'm no filter. What's crazy is, like I told him, like, when he walked out the door, I was like, you knew I was coming to do the same thing. Like, I was literally, like, not even minutes behind him. So I don't know. I don't get it, but
ain't that crazy?
It is crazy. And oh boy, in the McDonald's. I mean, they let him sit there and he was raving, like screaming and cussing and just weird stuff and saying weird things. And I was just like, everybody's walking by like it's just normal. I'm like, oh my God, but I know it's JPS, but still. Don't
And
make sense.
it shouldn't matter where it's, well, you know,
Yeah, no, it shouldn't. You'd think that somebody would do something about it. I watched one police officer walk through, wild boy sitting up there screaming and cussing at the people up at the counter at McDonald's. He just walked through and walked on through like it was nonchalant. Didn't even care. I'm like, really? He just called her a fat, and you're not going to say anything.
no.
If you had
I
somebody
said,
like
who runs
that,
this hospital?
yeah, you do that out here, you got 10 cops coming to the hospital. Start cursing at the doctors and everything else, yeah, you're leaving in cuffs. I don't get it. I don't get how some places will do something and other places won't.
Some hospitals are really good, you know. Some hospitals are really, really good hospitals, but that one there, boy, is something else. I don't. But I mean, even though I was born at that hospital, but now times are different. It's not the same, and people are just crazy. I'm gonna say it like I see it. They're crazy.
Yeah. I mean, this hospital's crazy. Depending on the age, they'll call the cops on you if you smack them. You can be in like a seizure and you smack them, and you're not even coherent. They'll call the cops on you for assault. Some
Here's
of
a
the stupid
prime
stuff I hear
example.
on the scanners over here.
Here's a prime example of how crazy it is at that hospital. The last time I took him up there, I pulled up to drop my uncle off, and as I'm sitting there, you know, my uncle got out of the car and was already heading into the building. This young guy walks over to the car, and I'm vaping, of course, you know, and he goes, that looks like it's good. I said, yeah. He goes, can I hit that? And I'm like,
What?
what? I was like, no. He goes, I can hit it with my mask on. And I'm like, no. I said, hold your finger out. I took some of my juice from the bottle and poured it on his finger. Like, there you go, dude. You're not putting your lips on my vape. I don't even know you. Like, you randomly walked up to my car and asked me to vape on my vape.
Insane.
What is wrong with this picture?
Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know me, like I looked at him like, wow. Some people's kids. What? I'll never understand that.
That is insane.
Yeah, you should have seen me. I was just like, huh? That's like, you know how I am, James. Like, I don't drink milk after people. I'm weird. Don't put your feet in my shoes. You know, things like that. You know. And he wanted to come over and hit my vape. Like,
I would have been like, First off, let me see your ID. Oh, you ain't 21 now. Get out of here.
Right, for sure. He looked like he was old enough. No lie there. He looked like he was old enough. But I do not know where that mouth has been. I don't even want to know where that mouth had been. Yeah. No. I was like that, yeah. I bought me a shirt after that said, yeah, no. I'm gonna wear it every time I go. It's not happening. And what's funny is like I looked at him and I was like, he said that, I was like, not today, Skeeter.
So I found the article that about the shooting that I was talking about. It said officer involved shooting updated at approximately 5 p.m. Saturday, February 17th. Our deputies started looking for a blue Kia Sedona after our 911 communication center received a call stating that 28-year-old, I'm not going to read his name, from Hernando was making threats to shoot someone at the Extreme Game 3 store at 41 and 200 Apex across from Cumberland Farms gas station in Hernando, Florida. Patrol units quickly found the gentleman speeding down 41 north towards the shop. He's failed to stop his vehicle. A pursuit ensued northbound on 200, which is going towards Ocala. Because of high speeds and traffic volume, the chase was canceled. Marion County Sheriff's Office was also notified. A short time later, deputies found the gentleman speeding down southbound 491 and then southbound on 41 Hernando, passing the Extreme Game store, at which point he pointed his firearm at deputies. After multiple attempts to try and stop the vehicle, he ran the red light at 41 and 200 Apex, traveling at a high rate of speed directly towards our deputies, who put themselves between citizens and the gentleman. He slammed his vehicle into a sheriff vehicle, which in turn pushed our vehicle into 3 other parked cars, which it did. The impact of the crash forced other vehicles into the Citrus County Sheriff's Office deputy. The deputy sustained non-life-threatening injuries and was taken to the nearby hospitals. Deputies were then forced to discharge their weapons towards the victim vehicle. Deputies were able to get him out of the vehicle, but he was pronounced deceased a short time later. This is a very tragic turn of events where a man lost his life. We are very thankful that our officers were not seriously injured and that many citizens who were very close to this extremely dangerous situation did not suffer catastrophic injury, said Sheriff Mike Pendergrass. And I'll tell you more about him in just a minute. Again, we will count on Florida Department of Law Enforcement to thoroughly investigate this. Florida Department of Law Enforcement will now take over investigations. The deputies involved have been placed on administrative leave with pay per agency policy. We will not be releasing. We will not be releasing any more information regarding this case until Florida Department of Law Enforcement is done with their investigation.
Wow.
And, they have never released any other statement other than that one right there I just read you. No other statements were made except for that one right there.
My only question is, how hard would it have been to call the fire department, tell them to get their reserve rigs, and block roads with them?
I'm gonna have to get his foot looked at if it's swollen like that. Mine's limping.
Now,
You could have parked a couple fire trucks at an intersection, which would block the intersection. Let them smack the side of a fire truck.
That's gonna hurt.
Disable this vehicle.
It's awful red.
Now, let me tell you something about the beautiful sheriff of Citrus County, Florida. This man went to another county over, him and several other sheriffs and that
Got an answer.
from the area
I'm not dealing with that tonight.
for a law enforcement meeting, guys, at a motel. They were at a motel room, okay, a motel play, and that I'm sure they had the conference room rented or whatever. And after the law enforcement meeting was over, our lovely sheriff of Citrus County ran over a man and killed him.
Oh my God.
The guy was homeless. They hit him. And he hit him and ran over the guy. Now, keep in mind, the dash cam shows that somebody prior to the sheriff striking this individual walking across the room, who was in the roadway, excuse me, I said room, the roadway, the gentleman was intoxicated. But prior to the sheriff of Citrus County striking this man and everything, shows on the officer's dash cam, okay, the sheriff's dash cam, that another car in front of him, 500 feet away, swerved and missed this individual standing in the road. But the sheriff missed him. I mean, the sheriff hit him. And you know why he hit him? According to his phone records, he was on his cell phone at the time. And guess what they done to the sheriff who ran over this man who was intoxicated and shouldn't have been in the road? But guess what they done to the sheriff? Not a damn thing. No disciplinary action. No nothing. So he got by with vehicular homicide.
Vehicular homicide, distracted driving, careless driving, and reckless driving.
Yeah. But the cop got off. Sheriff got off.
The family of this man sued the sheriff's department and everything, won a lawsuit, okay? They settled with them for $55,000. So it's okay. Hey, look, if you got the county behind you and the state behind you, you can commit murder while wearing a badge and a gun, and guess who pays for it?
Pretty much the taxpayers are paying themselves.
Exactly. Yep.
That's crazy.
It's amazing. But like I said, I don't hate law enforcement. I just think that if it had been any of us driving down the road and we hit an individual and we were on our cell phone, we'd be in
They
jail.
would have put us under the prison.
We'd be in jail.
Yeah, we'd have got death sentence.
You'd be tried for vehicular homicide and get a prison time.
Yeah.
That's manslaughter.
Oh, that's like a couple cops
Vehicular
out of Colorado.
vehicular manslaughter.
But I mean, there's a couple cops out of Colorado a few years ago got charged with rape of a minor. 90 days. 90 days.
Yeah.
And was allowed to go back to the force.
Don't even get me started on that.
I've got a video right now that's up on my page here, where an officer throwed a 17-year-old off the building, and after he throwed him off the top of the house, they tased him, and the guy that was on the ground that gave the order for the officer to tase him and everything got suspended for 1 day. The officer who threw the 17-year-old off the building got nothing. Suspended for 1 day for tasing a young man that was thrown off of a roof.
Do they know what the boy was doing up on the roof, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, he'd done something wrong. I mean, I'm not saying the little guy was innocent, but where is it okay? No matter what crime he committed, where is it okay to throw an individual off of a roof
Throw him off the roof. We don't
instead of
know.
taking him back through the window and down the stairs and that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I wish I was the judge on that case. I would have thrown it out. Cruel and
Probably.
unusual punishment.
Oh yeah. And the officer that gave the order for him to throw him off the roof, and that got suspended for 1 day, and was allowed to return back to work.
I think we need major police reform to where they have to go through psych evals every 6 months to psychologists that are not on the payroll of the police department or the city government.
Some do. Some don't.
And I think we'd lose a lot of cops, at least a lot of bad cops.
Oh, absolutely.
Not always the best option, but it's their only option.
It's just amazing how, that people have to go to school to be a hairdresser, have to spend more time to be a hairdresser than somebody does have to be a cop.
Yeah. I don't know if this changed in Colorado since 2003, but out there, you got to have 60 college credit hours. Nothing to do with law enforcement. As long as you go take 60 college credit hours, you can go apply to be a cop.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why here in Texas? I think it takes like an act of Congress before you can be a cop here now. You got to jump through hoops and hula hoops and.
You've got to have college credit hours, or you've got to have military service or prior security work type stuff.
But it just don't explain like the cops and all that in Uvalde. That was, but he got the sheriff got in trouble, or whatever, whoever was in charge of that.
Well, and they should have, because they waited too long.
Yeah,
They should have went in long before they did.
yeah, they should have. Well, they said 20-something minutes or so. Before they even went in to do anything.
And that's ridiculous.
And half all them babies had to die, and teachers had to die, and I don't get it. I'd have been just like those parents in court, screaming my head off. They would have had to lock me up. There ain't nobody.
A lot of those parents are the ones that saved a lot of those
Yeah,
kids
they
by
had
busting
time.
windows out.
They had time to drink a cup of coffee.
I wouldn't be
Waiting
worrying about a
while
cup
them
of
babies
coffee. I'd be worrying about getting in there and trying to find the person.
Exactly, but they were out there drinking a cup of coffee, eating donuts and ho-hos and whatever the hell else they were doing, while babies were in there dying.
And if someone had
Yeah.
said, wait, I would have been that motherfucking officer that was going to get insubordination on me. I have to do it.
It just goes to show you that the judicial system and law enforcement and everything is very messed up.
Yeah, it is. It's shit.
Unfortunately, there's only
They only show the news only shows. They only show the news only shows the bad stuff. That's what they get paid for anyway. They get paid more for the bad stuff.
Their ratings depend on the bad stuff.
Yeah.
They don't get the ratings if they show the lovey-dovey kumbaya shit.
Who's sitting around singing Kumbaya?
Singing something.
It makes no sense. I don't know. I just know that they would absolutely, had it been my kid in there, any of my children. Mm-mm.
Yeah, but how many of them law enforcement officers were at least 11 Bravo prior service? They should have known how to stack up and go.
Oh yeah, and that's why. I mean, they did. I don't know what all happened that to the sheriff or whoever that was in charge. He lost his job. I know that. He'll never be a cop again. Yeah, he'll never.
The one that was giving all the press conference stuff.
Yeah, with the bald head.
I think he was a scapegoat. I think he was somebody that everybody pushed everything onto him. Use it to throw him under the bus.
No, he admitted. He admitted on live TV. That's like, okay, we had that prisoner that was on the bus on the way to the prison or whatever. How in the heck? He's supposed to be in shackles, okay? This was a bad, bad, bad man. I mean, bad don't even cover it, how bad this man was. He was supposed to be in shackles. How did he slit the bus driver's neck and kill all these people and they wrecked the bus, and then he's on the run, and he's literally, they caught him on camera running across the field. 2 girls seen it, and they wouldn't even do anything about it. They let him go. He just ran on, and he killed an innocent family, and God knows what else between the time he got escaped off the bus and did what he did. And like, how many people have to die before you do something? While they were still in that area circling around trying to find him, he's done made it somewhere else, killing an innocent family, a man and his 4 or 5 children. Really? And you're still over there in the woods looking for him? Who's paying who here? I don't get it.
That happened.
Ain't that crazy how that works?
It don't even make sense.
Was that back during the Texas 7 that escaped?
Yep.
I remember.
I
that
can't even
because they
think of
were
the
looking
dude's
for him up
name.
in Colorado too.
Oh no, not them. That was a whole nother set of people. There were like, in that whole thing, there were 12 of them that escaped. I know which one you're talking about. But this was just one. This was just one man, and it took them that long. Hell, they had half of the freeway and everything. You couldn't get down towards Houston because that's where down towards Huntsville and all that is. That, yeah, it happened in Conroe actually, down by the walls, and literally like he's sitting down around there running around like he's just on a picnic or something, and it took him that many days to catch his ass. Was it like 13 days? It said 13 days, 15 days, something like that.
I want to show y'all something. This is the video that I was talking about right here.
Body cam. Push him off the roof. Better jump. Push him off. Just push him off. Push him off. An officer on the ground is telling another cop to push the suspect off the roof. It happened in Kissimmee, Florida. And it started when the suspect, accused of stealing his girlfriend's car, was chased to the corner of the roof. It's about 10 feet off the ground. And then the officer actually does it. The video is going viral, with many people expressing outrage. You can hear the suspect say he can go through the window the way he got to the roof. Better jump. Go through the window. The police department said the incident should have never happened, that the officer's actions put the man in danger. The suspect was not injured in the fall, but then he was tased. I'm not resisting. The officer who gave the orders from the ground has resigned. The officer who did the pushing was suspended for 1 day. Shocking video taken from a police body cam.
Can you imagine that? The officer who gave the order resigned, and the guy who pushed him off was suspended for 1 day.
I don't get cops. It's not that hard to tell dispatch, hey, send me a couple fire trucks over here so they can put some ladders.
Not all cops are bad, but there are some out there that are.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some good ones, but
90%.
Yeah, but the problem is all these bad ones are getting the good ones killed.
Yep. Absolutely. Or they make it where the good cop can't do their job efficiently in fear of retaliation. You know, they'll get fired or something, or put in an area where they know the cop's going to get messed with, and if they do tell, then they're labeled as a whistleblower and they can't get a job somewhere else.
Or, like the whistleblower out of West Virginia, you get locked up on trumped up charges.
Yeah.
oh,
It's amazing how that works. Why wasn't that guy that shoved that young man off the roof? Why wasn't he charged? You know what would happen if we throw somebody off of a roof or shove somebody off of a roof?
that's not funny.
Attempted murder
Yeah.
at minimum.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make a joke of this, but that's not funny because I've been pushed off a roof before. You know that, James. My brother did. He pushed me off the roof.
Well,
Yeah.
that's different. I mean, but
How's that
I should-
different?
How did these cops not get arrested?
How's
for
that
it?
different? I landed on my head, almost died. I had a concussion for 3 days.
oh,
He threw my Barbie on the roof. I went up to get it. He came up behind me and he pushed me. Minus
shut
my
up.
foot.
I shoved my brother off the roof too.
But what I don't understand is 2 cops in Littleton break a 73-year-old woman's arm and get charged with elderly abuse and a bunch of felonies. But these cops can throw a 17-year-old off the roof and almost kill him.
Right? It just don't make sense.
I think a lot of it, is nitpicking by the DA and the court system. They choose who to charge, who not to charge.
No, unfortunately, it's money talks and BS walks. So
Mm-hmm.
it's all about money. That's what it circles back to.
And ain't it funny how the incident that happened in Memphis has all of a sudden just gone quiet? You're not hearing anything else about it. They're letting it die down and everything. So,
But the whole George Floyd thing lasted what, like 6 to 8 months?
Yeah. But these officers beat that guy, and not only did they beat the man, medical responders did nothing to help this young man.
Yeah, I know, and that ticks me off. That EMS pretty much said, "Oh, he's fine. You can take him to jail now."
Yep. It's just amazing how that works. And listen, that's not the only incident. Y'all may have not heard about it, but Memphis has been in the news again, but it didn't make national headlines. They had an inmate come out of their cell. They allowed the inmate to wander freely. Keep in mind, the gentleman is naked. They sprayed him so much with pepper spray and everything that when he fell on the ground several times, he left orange spots on the ground. When they finally detained the gentleman, they held him down for so long that he stopped breathing. And once they realized that he was unconscious, you can see several of the jailers and officers telling him to get the F up, you're faking it. Guess what? That man died. Because they had crushed his lungs. Because several of the officers put their knee on his neck and on his back and on his legs and used restraints and everything. And after they were done, they stood around high-fiving each other and everything. And they stood there and over this gentleman who was completely naked. They've pepper sprayed him several times. And these officers that weighed probably 300 pounds apiece crushed this man's lungs and everything, and then had the audacity to stand over his dead body telling him to quit faking it. So you're not even safe in jail. I mean, it's not. You don't even have to worry about the inmates. I mean, it's bad enough that you got convicted murderers and everything else running around in there in prison with you. Now you got to worry about some cop killing you.
Crazy.
Well, they're out of control. Just because you wear a badge and a gun doesn't give you the right to violate somebody's rights.
I just want to know how they're passing psych evals.
They're not police.
This is why they need independent professionals to do the psych evals before hiring instead of somebody that's paid on the department.
It's just insane. And I know people are probably going to listen to this back or whatever and say, well, wow, they're a bunch of cop haters. No, not. I'm definitely not. I'm just saying that there's some kind of a change and reform that needs to happen. There's too many incidents where law enforcement has violated people for no reason.
I mean, I hate bad cops. Don't get me wrong. There are good cops out there. But I hate the bad ones that violate people's rights.
And, here's something else, and I know it's a touchy situation with people. How come it is if an animal attacks a human being, no matter what kind of animal it is, the first thing that happens to that animal is put to sleep. But we have child predators that are allowed to do what they do and everything, and they don't, you know what I mean? They don't get, because you're not going to rehabilitate them. I don't care what anybody says. I'm just telling you, you're not. It's numbers and statistics don't lie. So why wouldn't we do the same for somebody that attacks one of our children?
Dude,
It's called green
I
money.
don't think you want me to make a new wall here, a new opening. Try to throw a June bug on me? Absolutely not. Please don't. Mm-mm.
No, I'm sorry. You rape a kid, you should be hung in the public streets.
I'm scared of anything that flies. Just ask James. I'm scared of. Got chased by a bee the size of freaking Texas and Tennessee. Looked like a hummingbird. Yeah. No. Mm-mm. Nope. I will make a new road, a new pathway.
She's gonna freak out over a bug. That's funny.
It's,
He was up here sitting with me a while ago.
you already know, James, I will absolutely lose my. No, I don't do bugs.
So everybody, you know what to send her. If you want to send her a gift, send her a bug.
Oh, no. No, absolutely not. If you do, I promise you, will not be good. I will destroy a house. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, the 2 bucks are gone in November, so yeah, good luck with that. Anything that flies or hisses and flies is of the devil. It's Satan. Not happening. Oh,
She's freaking out because somebody's trying to give her a June bug.
mm-mm.
Yeah, she don't like bugs. She said, "You want me to make a new wall?"
There'll be a new door. There'll be a whole new doorway here.
I can see it now. In the news, a woman runs through the wall of the house because of a June bug.
Yeah. Mm-mm. And I dare somebody to stop me while I'm running. I will absolutely lose it.
No, I can see her
can't-
getting a
I can't
blowtorch or a flamethrower and burning her house down to kill the bug.
yeah, I killed the spider.
I've seen that.
Standing but a piece of a corner, and then they had nothing left standing but a piece of a corner. But I killed the bug.
He come around that Maytag.
And then all of a sudden, you see the little spider crawl up the wall.
No. Mm-mm. What's weird is, it's like I love snakes. I will pet a snake. I love snakes. I will hold a snake. I pet lizards. I love lizards. You let a bug of any kind.
That's almost as bad as
June bugs are the worst. They got sticky little claws. They got sticky little claws, and they fly at you, and they stick on you, and just stick. And no, absolutely.
Oh my God!
Look, you made my skin crawl now thinking about it. I don't even want to think about it.
I started saying I think you're breaking out in hives because of a hypothetical bug.
Yeah, okay, I'm like, oh my God, help me. I would absolutely. My brother used to. You don't understand that it's family. It's a trauma. I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. My brother used to throw them on me when I was little. He used to chase me with them. He used to tie strings on them and fly them at me, and no, that's like the little crawfish and stuff. He would go crawfish hunting and take them crawfish and hook them on me, and he was mean. What is that?
It's a spider. I think.
James Michael.
I'm going to send it to you. It'll be a new pet. His name is George.
You better not.
Jerry.
Jerry. Yeah, Jerry.
That's Jerry.
Jerry the spider.
I don't want anything named Jerry, for one.
Kids name.
For two, I'm putting return to sender on it when it gets there. Just because you told me you're going to send it.
It's just a little one.
James, please. Look, this. Dude, for real. Oh my God. Let me get you back. I'm serious. I'm a cigarette. Can I wouldn't. I'd never smoke again. He said if you could touch this June bug, you could have a cigarette. I said I'll never smoke again.
I know I done pulled it up once.
Yeah. Where?
The dog done that. You seen how he likes to get on the on the bed and everything.
All right, I gotta go and get to bed.
All right, buddy. I'm glad you joined us for a little while.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed seeing me scared of June bugs.
Night, y'all.
Good night, buddy.
Oh.
Come back and join us again.
Mm-hmm. It's bad enough all these mosquito hawks are flying around out here.
Oh my gosh.
And I know they're not bad. They eat mosquitoes. I get it. But
Hey,
they still
they
fly. They still fly. They still land on you.
They'll bite you too.
Yeah, they'll bite you too.
Mosquito hawks?
Yes. And they hurt.
Yeah. Rob said she turned white, James.
If they bite like, I've had several of them bite me.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
It's true.
She said she didn't want anything that flies and hisses or buzzes around her.
It's of the devil. It's Satan. No.
Mr. Wilson was in here a while ago. I don't know where he went to.
I love snakes. I love snakes and lizards and frogs and all those little pretty little things that don't do all that flying and hissing and. Mm-mm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We was talking about Mason's hair earlier, and that she said, "Yeah, his hair looks just like yours and everything." I said, "I know."
Minus the gray.
Minus the gray.
Minus the gray. Yeah, I got a little gray in mine now.
I do too. Don't feel bad.
That happens with age and stress and.
Yeah. Your son's
all
caused
that.
a few of them. No, he's actually a good kid.
He's smart.
He is very smart. Super duper.
He just don't apply himself sometimes, but he's very smart.
Well, the thing is he was applying himself, in school and stuff. It's just he was having other issues, but he's super smart. He is really, really smart.
Well, that's sad that they were picking on him because of his choices, and things, and that because he's gay.
That's not right.
Huh?
It's not right.
It's not right. It's absolutely not right.
And when the principal called me, I told him, I said, look, even if he doesn't start homeschool like quickly, there's not nothing they can do anyway because I withdrew him. They don't
Right.
look into it anyway. But
Let somebody say something bad about my son because he's gay.
yeah, it blows my mind because he's not the type that even actually. I mean, if he doesn't, you know how he is. He don't.
Right.
He doesn't like. He's not harming anybody. He's not hurting
He's not.
anybody.
He absolutely isn't bothering a soul.
I mean, he's a good kid. I'd like to think we did a good job, but I told him. He told me, he said, "Mom, how do you feel about it?" I said, "Son, whatever you choose in life, I'm gonna love you regardless."
That's exactly what I told him. I don't care what your choice is. What you do in your your own private
But I
time.
did tell him. But I did tell him straight up. I said, "Son, you're gonna have some hard times. You're gonna have some hard times, no matter whether you're gay or not gay. You're gonna have some hard times in life."
Right.
But no matter what, his choice, I love him with
Absolutely.
all of my person, with all of my being. That is my son and your son. But
Shoot, Mary, he loves Mary too. Don't get it twisted.
I know he
Mary,
does. I know he does.
Mary loves him. I mean that.
I know he
She'll
does.
tell you.
That's my boy.
I know he does, and that's awesome. I love that he loves her and she loves him. You know that. You know how I feel.
Oh yeah.
The more people to love my children, the better. That's the merrier.
Well, hell, it takes a village nowadays, man.
It takes a village for my kids, for sure. Get off me.
Well, I think the one of your children needs to go back to the village because I think they're. Lord have mercy.
I'm trying to hurry
Gotta
up
see
this
something else. She was going on about her boyfriend or whatever, and
I told her she needs to knock that off like ASAP because
I had a talk with her about
she
that mess.
She texted me and said, "Mom, I'm sad." I said, "Why?" She said, "My boyfriend, blah, blah, blah." I said, "You need to stop. You barely know him."
That's what I told her. I said, how you gonna sit there and say I love you and you've only talked to him 2 days? What? You ain't even known long enough to love him.
How long did it take before I ever even, when I met you, to ever say I love you? Like months before we ever got that far.
Jesus, man.
I don't understand it. Good, Almighty.
I love everybody. Maybe not in a gay way or anything, but I just love everybody. I should have been a hippie. What?
Should have been a hippie. You are a hippie.
What'd you say? Oh, hell no.
You heard what I said. Oh.
Shut that curtain back and take your butt to bed, young lady.
What? What happened? What I missed?
Do I have an extra fan?
I'm dying. Literally.
Oh no. Where's yours?
Hunter broke it.
Hunter broke your fan.
Yeah. He snapped the little fins off of it. I'm pretty sure I don't want to have smoke coming out of it.
I think there's one in the shed, but I'm not 100% sure.
I have a tattoo I got to do Friday, James.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
If not, I'll get one at the Dollar General or something.
We'll get you
You're
one.
going to get a tattoo at the Dollar General?
Yes, I'm going to go to the Dollar General and get a tattoo. Absolutely.
You should.
I
Well,
knew you was
you know,
into
wait a minute, Harley, come here, man.
I knew you was into those stick-ons.
You want it to not be so hot in there? That heater right there, turn it off. It's on.
Yeah.
Yes, and then close that curtain.
That would explain why it's hot in there.
Yeah, it's one of those radiated heaters.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's 71 degrees outside and the heater's on. But she's the one that runs around all the time yelling, I'm cold. I'm
Yeah.
cold. This child literally can be 80 degrees outside and she'll run around in a hoodie.
Mm-hmm. Screaming, I'm cold.
That's all kids now. They all wear hoodies.
I know.
Not Hunter.
No, Hunter, you can't keep clothes on him.
Hell no.
He like run around barefooted and shorts and no shirt.
It'd be 30 degrees out. He'll still be running around that way.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta fight with him to get clothes on him.
Rob said, he said, let's see the new hole in the wall. No, Rob, you do not want to see the new hole in the wall. Mm-mm.
Well, hello
No.
to everybody else that's sitting here not saying nothing. Hi. Hope everybody's doing good. Well, sometimes people will just come in and they won't say hi or nothing. They'll just sit and talk, or not talk, but just listen.
I don't know. Heaven help me. But no, this tattoo I have to do Friday is it's the dude's neck, this part of the neck, and shoulder. So he sends me a video and says, I'm sunburnt. And he's sunburnt. I was like, really? You're getting a tattoo Friday and you go and get sunburnt? Like, why? Yeah.
I don't know. I got to do a tattoo on somebody that's sunburned.
Yeah.
Well, needless to say, Friday, if he's not any better, I probably won't be able to do it. But I told him to put, just keep aloe on it and wear a t-shirt while he's working instead of a tank top.
What are you doing?
What is who doing?
Charlie.
Oh, I was like, what am I doing? I'm sitting here.
Leave her alone.
No.
Yes, I see you, fathead. I see you, fathead.
Oh, you should see the. Well, I'll have to send you a picture of it. The one I did on Amy.
Oh!
You horse's butt! Stay out of my ashtray, dude. Oh. Get your fucking ass back down here. Come on. Now. He just pushed his way through, didn't he?
What is that
Yeah.
dog doing?
Just being a big bully.
You're not gonna like me. Oh, my grass. Go. Horse is coming off. Yep. Can hardly come off. Charlie.
That thing's useless.
It is. I don't like it.
That's why I want a collar.
I'm gonna get you a collar.
Now, boy.
Okay, I'm live. Stop yelling in my ear.
Well, then you did with a phone call.
I know boys that have pooping upstairs.
I understand that.
I'll get him back down here.
He don't respond very well to yelling.
No, he don't.
I have had a major toothache yesterday and today.
Rob's dealing with the same thing he was saying.
Oh my goodness. And it's affecting my ear. My ears are like, it sounds like I've got water in them, or I'm in a tunnel.
Over here. Come on over here. Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you got to come over here, buddy. Come on over here. Come on. I know you can do it. Come on. Are you gonna crawl over here? Yeah. Well, you ain't got to push everything and everybody off the bed, dude.
I think she does.
Yeah, just because he's such a big dog.
Have y'all done any more auctions lately or no? I don't
No,
know what
not
days you do that.
well. No, we haven't. We got to get some stuff organized and everything, and we want to clean the shed out. And hopefully, when it warms up, we're going to do that. And that we just want to get everything straightened up before we start doing some more.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we got stuff inside that needs to go outside, and we got stuff outside that needs to go elsewhere. And leave her alone. She's a little girl. You leave the little girl alone. You get your little butt over there somewhere and quit being a Jezebel. Go on.
Off my hair, damn it.
A Jezebel.
It's a good thing I didn't try to monetize this video, this damn live.
I know.
It won't never make it. There's too much stuff that's talked about. It will never be monetized. It'll be up for everybody to see, but it won't never make monetization.
So yeah, they'll be laughing at me because I'm running from a June bug.
Well, that ain't why.
Yeah, I know.
Sensitive discussions. YouTube frowns on some of the things that we talked about today.
Oh, I know. I was on TikTok and I was in someone else's live and I said, Riri, didn't think anything of. They nannered me for 12 days.
Oh.
Riri. Yeah. You can't say that on live.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that on YouTube either.
Yeah, you can't say Riri.
Yeah, so many people.
What?
Too many people are sensitive and they get offended easily now.
What are you doing?
I'm offended that they're offended.
That's the problem. Too many people are offended by everything nowadays.
Yep.
Way too many snowflakes. Oh my God.
Way too many snowflakes. That's what Amy said.
It's the truth. What? I didn't do nothing to you. What?
The kids are desensitized, entitled.
Oh, you ain't shitting about that.
Look, her daughter just cleared her throat, gave me the side eye. She's like,
Freya, hush.
Are you offended, Charlie? Huh? Are you offended? I don't think you're offended. Oh my goodness, why are you pushing me over?
he just wants to sit on you.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's laid his whole body on me right now. He's such a big dog.
Is he full grown already or no? Just a pup?
He's probably about 8.5 months old, 9 months old, somewhere around there. He's not even a year old yet.
Over a year or so. They grow until they're a little over a year or so.
Yeah, he's still a puppy yet. He's still squatting to pee and all that good stuff.
Poor guy doesn't know he's a guy.
Well, you know.
It happens. Haas and Maxwell, our dogs.
I know
Hey.
I know some grown men that still squat to pee. What are you talking about?
Don't get me started. What's his name? Tim?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What are you doing, Charlie? Hi,
Hi,
buddy.
hiding the remote, stick shit like that.
Oh, you! Oh my goodness, Mary! Oh,
Get off my hair.
dude, stop licking me in the face!
Who got my ashtray? I can't find my ashtray.
No, don't stand on me! Oh, no! Oh, right, you big mother! You're gonna make me say bad words in a minute, dog. Why don't you go downstairs? Go downstairs. I hear your food bowl calling you. The food bowl is calling. Go see what's called. What it is.
Who hid my ashtray?
Go get your food. Go get the ball.
That's as bad as April and Pooper Dog.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
It'd be
cookies.
so hot if you didn't try to lay on everybody.
Remember that, James? Oh, you got cookies. Can I have one? No. Shut the door in her face.
I did.
I was
I
like,
sure
so
did.
mean.
Stupid ass roommate coming there asking me for cookies, and I shut the door in their face.
He said, no. Will you babysit Pooper Dog? No.
I told her she could take that little dog, shine that some bitch up, and stick it straight up her candy ass.
That dog was a mess.
I've never seen two things that I really disliked in my life, and that dog and her was one of them. They would just make you want to just bleh. I know what you're thinking. 2 slices of roast beef. I don't know if I can tell that story or not.
I thought she was going to fly away.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I can PG version this. Picture it. We were at the beach, guys. She was wearing a bikini, and 2 pieces of her bologna sandwich was sticking out. Need I say more?
Ew.
On both sides.
One was longer than the other.
When she ran, it made noise. When she ran, it flopped in the breeze like it made noise like this.
Ooh.
She didn't have a camel toe. She had a moose knuckle that drug the ground.
Oh, Jesus. That was an interesting day, that's for sure.
No, it wasn't. No, it damn sure was not. I sat there trying to dry off, and I turn around and look, that thing's right in your face like,
You weren't dry anymore?
hell no, I ran back in the water.
Remember, oh gosh, you remember when Ghost dove off in that shallow?
Yeah, and hit his head on that wall. Yeah.
He acted like he said, I'm done. Really?
You can stand up in the water and you can see a brick wall. Are you going to dive into the water? No.
Can we say idiot?
Yeah, it was pretty idiotic.
Yeah. Oh, you remember when he almost got busted? Him and April.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were outside, me, you, and Vampy, laughing our asses off about that shit.
If Jen had called him, she'd have killed him. She'd have strung him out of rafters.
All we heard was like the whole 5 little slaps.
Yeah, it gave a new meaning to the word Minuteman.
Yeah. Mm.
You could hear them upstairs, Mary, and it sounded like this. And that was it.
He said,
I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding you at all.
that was the sound. And Jennifer pulls up right then.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, stuff. It's fixing to go down. Mm. That was funny. Oh, was that the night I got drunk and fell up the stairs?
No, upstairs?
Yes.
All upstairs.
Ask James. I did it.
She did. She
Didn't I?
got and fell up the damn stairs.
He said, you happen to be the only woman I know or person I know who's ever fell up the stairs, got drunk and fell up the stairs.
I've seen people get drunk and fall down the stairs, but I ain't never seen nobody get drunk and fall up the stairs.
I did it.
I can fall up the stairs and not be drunk.
I know.
Yeah, I don't even remember going up the stairs. That's the whole thing. I was so drunk. I don't even remember going to bed. I don't remember changing clothes. I don't remember nothing. I had to ask questions. What did I do? That's exactly why I do not drink beer. I drank Budweiser that night, and yeah, never again.
Michaela's been watching the video of the arson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and she's asking me, whose house was that? Where did that happen at? I told her it was right down the road from us.
Really? We told her it happened.
She said, was there anybody living in it? I said, no. But nobody living in the house.
Oh, hey, you remember that time remember when I stepped on that computer shelf? In Ghost's office, I stepped on that computer shelf that he had sitting out there, and it cut the side of my foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it caused that knot to come up. I had a knot come up on my foot, which is still there. I got to go have it removed. I don't know. I guess from whatever happened there, it caused a cyst or something. I don't know.
Huh. Sounds like you better not mention that again. See what I done there? That's a joke. Hi, little bit. What are you doing? Yeah, I can handle you standing up on me. You don't weigh 200 pounds. Yeah. You don't weigh 200.
Have you talked to Jennifer?
No, I haven't talked to none of them. Last I heard, Kyle was in jail, and I don't know, just both.
Still, he's in jail, still pottying himself.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to go there at
That kid.
I don't have a clue.
Oh, that's messed up.
That young man needed some serious help.
Yeah.
I love you too, little bit. Yes, I do. You're a good girl. Yeah.
Yep. Kyle got baby. That's why he was like he was.
Oh, that boy was something else.
I couldn't understand that mess.
I mean, I probably will, but.
What was he, 7 or 10 years old? And she was still letting him suck his thumb and all that mess.
Yep.
Rocking him like a little baby.
And then on Friday, it's supposed to rain from 7
Oh.
to 8.
Oh, Mary, it was horrible.
He was bigger than she was, and she was still rocking him.
Oh yeah. Letting him sleep with them and everything else.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah.
The weather is saying since I can't go, you can't go.
I
Saturday's
mean, I understand that people have bad dreams and stuff, you know what I mean? But it wasn't because of that.
At 5 a.m. At 5 a.m. it's gonna rain a little bit.
Storage.
Did you?
Well, now we're getting the weather forecast.
Are y'all getting storms?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the weather to see what we're getting.
Most of the time.
Oh, we are. Supposed to be having some storms and rain.
Things like
Yeah.
I have no clue what we're getting. Well, I think I'm going to shut this live down and
Alrighty.
been on 4 hours already, almost 5.
Yep,
4
I see
hours
that.
and 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's been on a minute.
Yeah, it's definitely been on a minute.
Alrighty, well,
At 6 o'clock comes off early.
I'll send you that. I'll send you that link for Kevin.
Okay.
Then you can share it with whoever.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk at y'all later.
Alrighty, bye bye.
Later.
Later, hon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank all of you for coming and being here with us. I've enjoyed the company and that. Hopefully we'll do it again soon. Oh, as the dog just jumped on me. Ouch. Y'all have a good night. I'm James.
And I'm Mary.
We are Nightmares Treasures, and that's the reason I stopped you today.